Everyone should appreciate you.
I'm just making jokes with my noble fighter song. Hey there, noble fighters. How's it going? My name's Meow Meow, and your name's Meow Meow. How do you like that, huh? It's true. I'm not lying this time. This time, you should listen to me. Because this time I'm not lying. I'm totally telling the roof. I'm telling the roof. What are you telling the roof? I'm telling it to get off the top of my house. What you doing up there, roof? I say to it. It has no adequate answers for me, of course. All those answers are totally inadequate. Inadequate answers. Why can't you attain on the metric I set out for you when once I started this train? Oi. Oh, I know what that is. That's that stomach thing that happens. That thing again. I don't like that part.
Oh, the stomach part.
Yeah, the stomach thing's happening. You know, it's just part of the deal. You gotta pay the piper. There's the expression, you have to pay the piper. You don't pay the piper, you won't get any pipes.
You won't get any pipes.
Well, actually, you won't get a song because he's playing the pipes, not laying the pipes. But regardless, the point is, if you don't pay the piper, you won't get the thing that the piper provides.
The pipe.
The song.
Oh.
He's not making pipes. That's the thing. He's making songs with his pipes. He's that kind of piper.
He's that kind of piper?
Mm-hmm. He's the kind of piper who likes to toot 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 in his pipe pipe pipe. Hooray, hooray, hooray. He'll say, I'm toot toot tootin' on my pipe pipe pipe. That's my name, and that's my name.
That's my name, and that's my name.
Your name's toot toot tootin' on your pipe pipe pipe.
Toot toot tootin' on a pipe pipe pipe.
Well, that's a strange name. What do you like?
I like pipes.
I like pipes. We like to toot on them. That is right. Piper, piper. Gotta pay the piper. That's the kind of piper we're talking about. Just to clarify. You know, aren't the visuals right now, I don't know for you, visuals from you are so much more DMT-ish than they were the other day. It's very reminiscent. Hey there. That song was hilarious. You giggled adorably. Your voice hit some sweet spots. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Winston's mom. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your praise. I'm going to stop saying the word affirmation when I mean praise, you know.
Well, like, affirmation is nice too.
Yeah, I want to keep the word affirm and affirmation only in their debate sense.
Oh, I see, I see.
I'm trying to be selfish with them. I want them only in this way. I want only debate to have those words. I don't want it to leak into just like self-helpery or whatever. No, but I mean, I've been saying it like that for years, forever. So who am I to talk, you know?
Yeah. So we're having a happy mushroom day instead of having Mother's Day.
All right, it's Mother's Day. Oh, I'm in that part though. It is a happy mushroom day for sure, but I'm in that part where. Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden?
Oh, that part comes along too.
Yeah, that comes right before the stomach stuff happens.
My eye, I can, like I can see it with my eyes.
Oh, what else are you gonna do? I know, it's hilarious. Do you want to be off camera or on?
I'd like to be on camera.
Okay. Then we have to move it this way, so. Might move it a little bit further. I'm getting that shortness of breath thing that happens.
Oh, that too.
I mean, I think they're all linked to the stomach thing. That's what I think. All of these symptoms are that I'm talking about right now. I think they're all linking to the stomach.
Yeah.
Whether it actually ends up in puking is another matter. One never knows what one can expect, but this will be the last of these munches for a stretch because this is the rest of the bag. We got 2/8. Last time we ate less than 1/8. We went small to start them off because we were warned that they were relatively strong. And so this time we decided to go big and eat. So we each ate more than half an eighth this time. But it's still not big by normal people's standards. Most people eat an eighth, themselves. But I don't know. I've never been into that, eating that many mushrooms. But this should be pretty strong.
Yeah.
Because they're these supposed to be like the high end ones. Like we had choices. We had multiple choices of levels of mushrooms to get. Isn't that weird? When did they start doing that? One time when I wasn't noticing, obviously. Because I like that. I like the fact that they're doing that. Funko. I think Funko is responsible for the house Tiffany stole. Or is that somebody?
No, that's something else.
Is that like Gunko or something? It's something like Funko.
Oh, mango.
That's a fruit, Rachel. Like a guava.
M-E.
Or a peanut. This is by Megco.
Oh, Megco.
Mago.
Mago.
Mago, yeah. Meg-O. Why am I so cold? I know I haven't heard it. Oh, well, you can nix Everett Washington.
Oh, yeah. We got a nix egg.
My dad was rather chagrined this morning, but the key, the reason it ever was Everett Washington in the first place was because Sunrise, our Sunrise that my mom's at, has a sunrise up there, so he thought. It turns out that the sunrise up there is called Sunrise Senior Center, not Sunrise Senior Living. It is a nursing home, but it's not the same company. And so my dad, the whole thing was predicated on the fact that my dad likes this company and wants to go to another one of the same company, right? It's not that we don't have to move, it's that we're not moving to Everett because, I mean, it's not that we have to move, right? It's like my dad, if I objected to it strongly, I don't think we'd move. He genuinely wanted my input on the matter, which is unusual. So, but I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, I did too.
I want to go to
We were
Washington.
both on board.
Yeah.
To live somewhere where it's like I liked Washington a lot when we went to Buckley.
Yeah, I
saw the
liked it too.
trees, and we were talking about how we would like to live in an environment like that, like wooded area.
Yeah, because how else are you going to see Sasquatch? You're never going to see Sasquatch down here.
No.
It's like 0 chance of seeing Sasquatch around here. I'm getting that. It's like I know I'm gonna have to get it and go puke here. It's like, even though I don't feel I don't even feel nauseous right now. I don't even feel slightly nauseous, but I know for a fact that in like 3 minutes I'm gonna run out of here and have to go puke. Have I heard of the song Bird Fucker? No, I've heard of the activity. Oh, well, where there's an activity, I guess there's a song for it. You name any activity, I'm sure somebody's come up with a song for it. I don't know if I'm gonna thank you for this song about bird fuckers. I don't really like the idea of bird fucking, and also maybe that's something for when I'm not on mushrooms. It doesn't sound very chill. You know, we're looking for chill right now, okay? Bird fucker doesn't really resonate as chill. Okay, well, they're gonna be great, profound, chill, and about bird fucking. You talk about refusing to acknowledge the domain of NI, right? No matter what, I can squeeze more shit in there and it still be the same thing. That's silly. Okay, well, I don't want to listen to it right now. Stop trying to share shit with me. I don't want to listen to something that you suggest I listen to. I don't want to listen to something new. I just don't want to be directed towards things in any way, shape, or form. So, maybe I'll listen to someday. Who knows? Dimitri might as well be visiting. Visually, things are very Dimitri-ish. Like, Dimitri always made things look square and cartoony to me, usually, and right now, everything looks extra square on the TV. But it's not hugely visual. I don't know, I never pay much attention to visuals. Okay. This is what here it comes. I'm still not nauseous, but I know any minute now I'm going to have to run in there and puke. It's like all the other things that go along right before that happening are happening. So I'm just waiting for the puking to happen now. Just because it always does. Well, not usually doesn't. I don't puke, but with these ones I did last time, and it wasn't even that many of them. And you know what else I don't want to do? I don't want to argue over the merits of the thing that you suggest I listen to that I don't want to listen to. Okay, it's like that's one level removed. It's like the first cousin of it. It's like the thing I don't want to do by marriage. Like it's by in-law. It's like once removed from the thing I don't want to do. It's even less deserving of my attention than the actual thing I don't want to do. Because this actual thing, was arguing about it, it's just I don't even know what it is. And I'm telling you why I don't want it. But the reason I said I don't want to look at it is because I said it sounds like that. And you said, well, if I can just prove it's not like what he says it sounds like. I don't care what it's like. My reason is that it sounds like that to me. Okay. Not that it is like that. And that even if I knew for a fact that it wasn't like that it sounds like that to me is my justification. So I don't want anything more to say about that. Things that sound like things to me are similar sounding. And there's nothing anybody can do about that. I can't stop things from being similar sounding. I'm not master of sounding things.
You're such a youthful youngin'.
I'm not the sounding things police. Thank you, darling. You aren't the sounding things police either. Isn't it nice that neither of us live for the sounding police?
No, neither of us are the sounding police.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly. I don't know how exactly wicked he is. It's like I keep saying, it's not like he's really done anything. It's just he said the wrong words, and that's much worse than doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Doing the wrong thing, you could always do it in hiding and shit. And if you're saying the wrong words, it necessarily involves some third party, right? Like you don't normally say the wrong words to yourself, but I guess you could. But doing the wrong thing, you can be secretive about it. But saying the wrong words, oh, you can't do that. Whatever else happens in the world, don't say the wrong words. Words are important. That's what I mean by doesn't know what matters. That guy doesn't care about words enough. That's what it boils down to. Look, you can't do all this word-based stuff if you don't like words a lot.
Yeah, no.
That's really what it boils down
That's
to, right?
true.
You don't like words. There's nothing wrong with that. But you keep trying to do all this word stuff. And that's probably not a good idea if you don't like words as much as you don't like words. Pretty clear you really don't like words. You'd rather just make grunts and do other things with your mouth. Eat stuff. You can eat stuff with your mouth. You can go like this. You can do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can do that all day long. That's fine. You go like this. Or see if you got something stuck in your teeth. That's fine too.
Yeah, those are all things you can do, and you're not speaking words.
Yeah, you can smile, you can frown. You could imagine tastes. I don't really think you imagine taste with your mouth. Right? You probably imagine it with your imaginer.
Yeah, with your imagination.
How else would you imagine things? Not with your mouth. That's silly. It's silly to try to imagine things with your mouth. So, I was over someplace doing something the other day, and I was imagining things with my mouth. Oh no, I'm doing that thing again. I hate that thing. I already have a bar packed. I never smoke it, and I go and pack another one, and I get over there, it's like, oh, it's already a bar packed. Why didn't I smoke it last time? Because it's like, I'm not even packing it to smoke it then, right? Why am I packing it in the first place if I just leave it sitting there? Oh, I took into the sleepy sleeps, which usually happens before I puke, right? After I puke, I don't get the sleepy sleeps anymore. Yeah, wait. It was my first little gag. Oh yeah. Here it comes. Oh. I was kind of hoping it was just kind of like, because I was talking about it, I was going to jinx it, basically. I was trying to jinx it away. No, you can't jinx it away. Oh. Well, you're right about something like that. There's no fooling it. You can't talk it out of being itself. Unfortunately. It's like, when you're right, that thing running at you is a bear. You can't use words to turn it into like a cat or something. Or like a fish. Yeah, it would be better if it was a bear that was running at you. Or a fish. But you can't do that with words, unfortunately. Words they just don't do that, you know? They don't turn bears into fish. And they don't prevent Rachel from spilling all over shit on the ground. I mean, we could try to use them like, hey, Rachel, remember, you often, what? You often have a little problem with something. That wouldn't help at all. Right? There's no way to anticipate that and prevent it with words. What are you going to say? You can say, well, but Eric, surely you can. After all, you're the mystic Queen of Cups.
Yes, you are.
I am the Queen of Cups. I'm emotionally mature. That's the truth, too. That's what's different about me now than what I used to be. That's the difference. That's what's changed about me. Nowadays, I'm emotionally mature. It's true, huh? And it's like, that means something. It's not just bullshit words. Yeah, I always thought that was always just bullshit. Emotional maturity, whatever that means. Like, emotions don't mature, right? They're not like wine or something. or babies. Why would they mature? That doesn't make any sense. But now I get it. They do mature. And mine have finally reached maturity. Thus, they're ready to be picked and eaten. Hi, Aga. Hi,
Hey,
Dark
Aga.
Sunshine. I mean, I think all our friends are here, Rachel.
All our friends are here.
Isn't it wonderful to see them?
It is wonderful to see them.
Oh, look. Aga wants some cards.
Oh, yeah.
Let's give her some. Do you want to? I don't mean to take it away from you.
No, you're not taking it away from me.
I mean, I am literally taking
No.
it away from you, but that's fine.
Oh.
That's T.I. Tool running into Effie Tool, right? It's just like, she said, I say, I don't mean to take it away from you, even though I clearly do. Alright? Then she said, you're not taking it away from me, even though I clearly am.
Like I'm literally handing them over, though.
And even though it's a contradiction almost, I then correct her and say, yes, I am taking them away from you. That's so silly. Okay, so what is this for again? Aga.
Aga.
Aga, you've got a lot of things to count. Okay, that's what this one tells you. You've got a lot of counting to do.
You got that money.
You got
You're
so much.
waiting for your money.
I don't think
to
this is
come
a
in.
good kind of counting. I don't mean counting like that. I mean counting. You got to keep track of a lot of shit. You know. I don't mean it in a good way. I don't think counting's good. Who thinks counting's good? It's a big hassle. When people say like, "Oh, I'm counting," what they really mean is they have a lot of money. They're not actually counting it. Or if they are actually counting it, that's not the fun part, right? Nobody enjoys counting their money, really, do they? They might want to know how much they have.
Scrooge.
Okay, but my question is, does anybody actually enjoy counting their money? Or is counting your money always instrumental to knowing how much you have?
I bet you an INTJ.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, look, we can all agree that no matter how much money you have, if it's all in pennies, you don't want to count it. Action and speed and counting things, these don't go together at all. This one is slow and stupid and boring.
Yeah.
And this one is fast and fun.
Yep.
Oh, those don't go together. Okay. Let's see. You display it. Who was who said that hilarious thing one time about clothes being like memorial statues to your money? Whoever said something like that, that was hilarious. Soulmates. This card. Oh, this is for Aga.
This is for Aga.
So, basically, it's very clear. Actually, now it's super clear. You gotta stop counting all those things and do something to get laid. There.
It's beautiful.
You're too busy counting. Well, that's how I want to do like counting things. Counting's boy. I like counting. Why don't you just tell me how many I have so I don't have to count them?
Oh, Tiffany.
There's something like that about babies. They're just the most expensive sex trophies. Oh, my wife's clothes? You mean those memorial statues to my money? It's some joke like that. I didn't make it up. I thought it was hilarious. I don't know, but I don't think it's hilarious because of the sexist thing. It doesn't have to be my wife's clothes. That's why I didn't put it that way. Just clothes in general. Like, you only need one shirt, one jacket, one pair of pants, but everybody has way more than that. Way more.
Yeah.
Like, everybody does. You only need one plate and one cup, but everybody's got way more than that.
Oh, Capio's drowse.
Like, why do we have?
Baby.
But seriously,
Are.
why?
Mommy.
I want to know the answer to this question. Why is there a whole stacks of plates?
People like
the kind you
of money
wash.
on
I
it,
get the kind you throw away. You need a whole stack of them because after you use it once, you throw it away. But why would you have a whole stack of plates you don't throw away? That makes no sense at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's hysterical because we don't need it.
Definitely. Definitely shouldn't have a stack of plates you don't. Every kind you don't throw away.
No, and like sometimes people have like what is it? It's
Oh, I
like,
guess you have dinner parties, huh?
yeah, so that's probably.
That's why you have a
Yeah.
whole stack of plates, because sometimes you have
Some
dinner
people
parties.
have like a bureau or whatever, just to show off their plates.
Like, why would we even have any real plates? It's like, here. Oh, I love those. These things make me do an unpleasant task. Throw in a whole stack of them. Why would anybody want any real plates? You only use real plates when whatever it is you're dealing with, no matter how robust the disposable version of it, you just still can't handle it. Like, for example, I don't know, like a bowl of soup with a thrashing shark inside of it. That's fine. Use a real bowl, okay? But otherwise, why do we have bowls and plates and stuff? We shouldn't. It's so obvious to everybody. Instead of that, instead of me saying from now on, whenever I want to say, it's so obvious to me, I'm just going to say it's so obvious to everybody. Because if it's obvious, it's not to me. It's got to be to everybody. Are you like, you shouldn't even have the word obvious. Really, it should punish you if you use a prepositional phrase after it. It should punish you with a stick. No, I'm obvious. That means it's not obvious to meow, to meow, to meow. It's I'm the object, I'm obvious. Okay? The fact that Joe didn't notice it, it didn't mean that it wasn't obvious to him. It means he didn't notice the obvious shit. Right? That's how obvious is supposed to work. It's not supposed to be to anybody, you know. But there I go, using it like that a second ago. Just goes to show you how that subjective particularism can sneak into my universal statements when I'm not looking. That's why you can't trust subjective particularism. It's sneaky. It sneaks into your statements when you're definitely not invited. And you didn't even realize it was there. Until you're like, hey, what are you doing here? And then you gotta call it out and explain, that's not how you use the word obvious. Obviously. You see what I'm saying? Anyhow, let's talk about serious things now.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. One of the things our culture doesn't have anymore are these beautiful rites of passage. And what they allow a young person to do is to go out, be isolated for a bit, do some work, do something, and really get to know themselves. Then when they come back, they're mature and they're ready to be serious adults. And this is critically important because our goal is to turn happy people into serious adults. That's our goal. Because apparently, these happy young people, there's definitely, in fact, not apparently, there's definitely something terribly wrong with them. Which explains why they need to become serious adults. They've got to go through, and it's not going to happen easy. I mean, you can't take the happy young person out of somebody without a serious fucking, like, traumatic experience, okay? I know you think you're a happy young person. We'll see how happy you are after I make you live in the wilderness for 45 days by yourself. Now are you still so happy? No, see? Now we're getting where we're trying to get you to. Serious adulthood. Once you're back from your 45-day trip, what I want you to do is to go to work an 8-hour shift doing this boring repetitive thing for 3.5 years until you feel as though you are well positioned to stop doing so. Now are you understanding the importance of being a serious adult? Finally? Now do you get it? At last?
Here comes your dad.
You need goals. There comes my dad. I got a goal to open the door. Hi, Dad.
Just, oh,
What does it smell?
well, hang on. Let's see how that got it okay.
Oh, here.
Heard from Evelyn. Lonnie was in the hospital. They're bringing him home today, but they couldn't bring him home until they installed oxygen equipment in their apartment. That sounds reasonably serious.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything more since she was busy. We just talked very briefly. And I'll keep you in touch, but it isn't the best news.
No. No. If they need that much oxygen, they got to install new equipment in their house. I mean,
It's an oxygen compressor. I don't know. I know that there are people who walk around with oxygen and a tube stuck up their nose, but I don't know any more than what I just said. So I'm not calling until they get it all settled.
things settle down.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for
Okay.
keeping me informed. I appreciate it. Well, you know, of course, that's what my dad frets about most of all time is, you know, it's his experience, it's what he sees his same age peers going through and so forth, and he's not in denial about what eventually happens to everybody, you know, like I am. Obviously. I mean, that was very, very timely, right? Wasn't that so timely? I forgot what I was talking about right before he came here. About not being a serious adult, right? Oh my God. God has such an incredible sense of smacking me in the face. I wouldn't say he's got a good sense of humor. I do not think God has a good sense of humor. I think I have a good sense of humor about God's shit, right? But God has an excellent sense of how to smack me in the face. He's really he is the God of that, you know. He is God of smacking Erica in the face. Oh, it's funny. Right. Anyway, as you can see, you need to become a serious adult very quickly, because before you know it, one of your relatives is going to be on oxygen. And the horrible fucking irony of it, and you're going to be so pissed about it, is it's not going to be me. How ridiculous is that? I've been doing nothing but smoking for decades. I can practically guarantee you I'll be the last person who's got respiratory problems. Just because that's the way the world works. Not because I'm special or anything, but because the reason I'm so into smoking links to my particular self. It's like, you know, I can take a lot of abuse, and these lungs are made for smoking. That's what they're gonna do. And one of these days, if you don't watch out, these lungs will smoke you. It's true. Ish. I mean, sure, they're made for breathing, but breathing what isn't specified.
I don't know.
Right? It's not specified anywhere what you're supposed to breathe. People assume you're supposed to breathe there. Well, why make that assumption? I agree, lungs are for breathing. Look what Rachel's doing. She's breathing right now.
Yeah, I showed you.
Are you getting the sleepies?
Yeah, big time.
Do you want to go lie down, or do you want to take an Adderall?
Oh my gosh, this is so many questions.
That's just one question. It's formed into a two-part group, but really it's just one question. It does sound like two questions.
Oh man. What do we want to do?
You don't, or some third option.
Adderall.
Okay, but just to be clear, I'm not trying to confine you to those two options. You do have other options besides going to bed and taking an Adderall. You could stay here. You could take a walk around the block. You could do innumerable things besides the two options I provided you there. I didn't mean to say those two options were exclusive options. I mean, exclusive of all other possibilities, not exclusive of each other, which obviously I wouldn't have meant.
Tiny circles everywhere.
You slept for 13 hours last night.
Oh my god, so...
That's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
Did you get up to pee? How many times?
Yeah, I did.
I know you do, darling. I know when you get up to pee. You get to pee like once, maybe in the night, but usually if you go to bed, you get up to pee in the morning before you go back to sleep some more, right? So it's like, it doesn't really count as getting up in the night to pee. It really doesn't count. I want to know if you got up to pee. If she's young, or actually she just looks younger than she is because she got braces. Eliana, did you get up at all during 13 hours to pee? One time even? I want to know how. I want to live vicariously the life of a young person who doesn't have to get up to pee every fucking 2 hours.
That's tough. That's really tough. Not being able to pee.
Oh no, I have no problem peeing. It just takes me. I just have to get up to pee all the time. It's just annoying. It's like, I just got up to pee. How can I have to get up to pee again? I'm asleep. Can't you tell? That's what I'm saying to my bladder, you know. You had your chance to pee last time I got up to pee. Why would you want to pee again now? I mean, and how is it possible that once again you're full of pee? I haven't drank anything. You know?
I don't know.
It's not like I'm just peeing a little bit. It's like, okay, I drank my drink before bed, right? Drinking my drink. Fine, I get that. I get that. I'm old now, so fine. 2 hours after I go to bed, all that liquid has filled up my bladder. And I have to pee. So I go to bed and I'm happily asleep, but then, oh God, I gotta pee. Oh, okay, well that's fine. It's fair. It's those drinks I drank before I went to bed. It's just and fair. I deserve this. Okay, I'll go pee. And then I pee a full bladder out of pee, right? Alright, there. I'm taking care of it. All those drinks I drank are gone now. I go back to bed. 2 hours later, I get up and magically, from nothing, I've got another full bladder. Like, where did this come from?
Like, seriously.
I already peed you out 2 hours ago. You know?
Seriously.
What, has a magical refilling bladder with nothing? You don't have to pour anything into it, it just fills itself. What is that? It should need me to drink more liquids before it needs to pee again. That seems fair.
Yeah.
Right?
Seriously, it is.
That's the deal I made with my bladder a long time ago. Did I give you that Adderall yet?
Yeah.
Did you put it in your mouth?
I did.
Did you put it in your meow or did you swallow?
No, I swallowed.
Well, either way, I don't know why, man. I'm just curious, but either way, it's fine. So, in other words, that is taken care of. I don't think about it anymore.
Yeah.
That's the point. Okay.
Definitely.
All right, good. Now you go do your thing. And I'm going to sit here while you go do your thing.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You do whatever you want. You don't have to inform me of what you're doing. This is something that's taking both of us a long time to learn. Neither of us really want to be informed of what the other person's doing. Why would you inform me? I don't know. Why I would inform her, she doesn't know either. And yet we do. We inform each other anyway. I'm going to go do this. And you're telling me this for some reason. You know, why would you tell me? I'm not you. I'm not the one doing the thing. You already know you're doing it. Why would you say anything about it at all? Well, that's a little something they call extroverted feeling. That's right. Extroverted feeling is why we talk to people even if we're not saying anything. And it's really nothing less meaningful than telling somebody else what you're doing right now. Like, I'm going to the store. Okay, well, how is that supposed to, like, what am I supposed to do with that information? It doesn't fit into any of my arguments at all. As far as I can tell, it doesn't fit into anything around here that I'm doing right now. Which, let's see, do I have somewhere on here a framework that, for some god unknown reason, I put together to validate under whether or not you went to the store? If not, I can't think of any possible reason or any way I could use this information at all. It's like, that information is not going to do anybody any good. Oh, you mean, in case I wonder later where you are? Oh, that might happen. But you're thinking about things wrong. Later is for later. Later is for later, okay? If I wonder later where you are, the responsibility's on me to go find you, obviously. That's how things have to be in life. You go do what you're going to do, and then if I wonder where you are, I go look for you. Doesn't that make more sense that way? I think it does. I'm pretty sure it makes a lot more sense that way. Right? It does make more sense. If that makes any sense. I know it makes sense. See, that's why I don't say it like that. I don't say, blah, 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 if that makes any sense. I say it like this. I go, blah, 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 blah. That makes more sense, right? I'm still trying to engage you, but instead of asking you if what I'm saying makes sense, which itself makes no sense, because you don't know what you're saying makes sense, why would you ask? Why would you say it in the first place? But I'm including you by assuming that you can obviously see what I obviously see as well. And you're going to go, yeah, of course. You're right. You're going to agree with me. So, instead of asking you, I make sense, I give you the opportunity to agree with my truths that I'm speaking. Now, they're not my truths. They're everybody's truths. I don't mean to monopolize. I don't mean to limit your access to the truth. There's no reason to do that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the truth. If you have limited access to it, that's no kind of truth I want to get familiar with. You know, that's not the kind of truth you want to take home to mama, right? You might, I mean, if you're not like me anyway, but let's say you're a regular guy, You might fuck that truth, but you would not want to take that truth on your mama. Because that truth has to do with secrecy. That's not the kind of truth we're talking about. I was like, oh, there is a truth, but it's been hidden by powerful people. Those kind of truths are always not important or interesting. The important truths aren't hidden by anybody or whatever. It's just the fact that they're accessible to everybody equally. It's it's a requirement for the truth to both be a matter of truth and a matter of truth that matters. Right? So you gotta add that bit in too, right? It's fine that that's a matter related to truth. I agree it is. Secrecy and so forth. That does link to truth. That is categorized here under this general truth category correctly. I'm not claiming it's miscategorized. I'm just pointing out that that's the kind of truth that, even though it's in this category of truths that do matter, there's a special exemption for it that makes it not matter. And that's because it's those kind of truths are never interesting. That's why, basically. The things that people keep secret, and whether or not you know the truth about what they're keeping secret, those things are never, ever. I mean, look, it's only observationally so. I can't argue that there never will be an interesting instance of that. But I'm just telling you from experience, man. Those things are never interesting. They're always super boring shit they're keeping secret. Like, who slept with whom, or how much money. It's just like, oh my god. You mean we cared about this super boring shit just because it was secret? Oh, no. Don't, so just look. Just know that even if you or somebody you know gets lucky and hits the lottery and you find out a secret thing that isn't boring, don't think that that's a good way to look for truth. You can't find truth buried underneath other people's secrets, is the point. That's the whole point of this. Truth doesn't lie under other people's secrets. Secrecy is antithetical to truth in total. Whether you're trying to uncover the secret or whether they're trying to cover it up, the whole mechanisms of secrecy are all antithetical to truth. Now, granted, the anti-secrecy mechanism, half of that mechanism, is purporting at least to be on the side of truth, right? But the fact that you're buying into the importance of the secrecy is already forsaken your master. So, there is no point in uncovering secrets, is the point, okay? Secrets don't matter or else they wouldn't be kept secret. Only particular shit, people's interests get kept secret. Yeah, okay, that guy's really greedy and he does fucked up shit. That's not interesting, right? That is the boringest thing in the world. Oh, this corporation is so bad because that's not interesting at all. That is so boring. It might be true, quote unquote, but it's like, most important thing of all to remember is no matter how true it is, it's boring. And the truths that matter are not boring. Right? You know, it's like, how can it matter if it's boring? After all, if it mattered, it would make an effort to be interesting. Doy! That's called putting the locus of responsibility where it belongs. My job is to be me. Other things' jobs are their jobs too. They're their jobs, not mine. So truth's job, if it matters, is to be interesting. I can't help that. I didn't define it as such, right? That's its job. If it's not interesting, then it doesn't matter, even if it is still true. Because, yes, it gets to be true by the fact that it's taken on the job of being true, but it doesn't get to matter unless it does its job well. Do you see what I'm saying? Right? See what I'm saying about, if that makes any sense? Of course it makes sense. People say that shit all the time. Yeah, that makes any sense. Does that make any sense to you? It's not. Go, get rid of these prepositional phrases. It doesn't make sense to me, to him. It either makes sense or it doesn't. And then either that guy's too dumb to understand it, or that guy's smart enough to understand it, or it doesn't make sense, and so it's not about them, right? If it does make sense, then it's about them. If it doesn't make sense, then it's about you. It's that simple. You know, it's like, if you don't let other things in the world do their jobs, how are you ever possibly going to do your own? Isn't that correct? Yes, it is. When I ask that question, I'm only asking it rhetorically. Do not try to equivocate on me and say that I sometimes ask that question. When I ask it, I'm asking it rhetorically, okay? I don't actually think that any chance that what I said didn't make sense. I don't say, does that make sense? Isn't that right? Or something, you know, it's like, just because it's in the form of a question doesn't make it the same thing. It's like, how dare you attempt to do that? I can't believe you just did that to me. Nobody did that to you. Nobody's going to do that to you. It's another one of those things that you are thinking others are going to think because you spotted a weakness in what you're saying, but they're never going to think that. You've learned over time, they're never going to think it. They never think those things. You're the only one who seems to think those things. So you keep attributing to other people what you're thinking. But you don't know what they're thinking because you're not inside of their heads. Yeah, that's the key point as to how you see, Eric, the real guy, he lives inside of here somewhere. He's a little guy and he lives in here somewhere. The point is, that's how I know what I'm thinking, is I ask that little guy because he talks to me. Because I can talk to him because it's inside my head, right? I can't talk to your little guy. I can't ask him any questions at all. He's locked inside your head, where only you can access him. So it's like, how would I know what you're thinking? I wouldn't. And yet I constantly predict what you're going to think, even though I'm never right. It's strange. But, you know, I'm also never wrong when I'm confident that I've accounted for every possible argumentational thing. So it's like, when I'm confident in my app, I'm not wrong that nobody's going to come along and surprise me. But with anything that I haven't, but that's not because of me, right? It's because it's like, okay, look, this valley looks like this, right? It looks like this. So you might try to flood me out. You might try to shoot arrows down on me. You might. There's a certain finite number of things you might do because the valley looks like this. It doesn't. We're not on a plain. We're not standing in the mountains. We're not fighting on an iceberg. We're not fighting on a ship. We're not having a naval battle. We're not having a submarine battle. I'm at the bottom of this canyon, okay? And you're trying to attack me. But because it's a canyon, you can only attack me in certain ways. And no matter what variant of it you provide, it's still going to be one of those ways. And I can always attack that way of attacking, even if you come up with something very clever and specific in terms of manifesting that way of attacking. It won't matter because I'll be a frame level above, right? If I invalidate all category of arrow-based weaponry, then it doesn't matter how clever you are with your arrows, okay? This is what happens all the time when I say, I know for certain that I will win this because I've got winning framework arguments, and I know for a fact that if they try to do battle on the frame, they're going to lose because of the rhetorical slope, and that the frames cascade down in certain specific ways, and that every truth matter is always a rhetorical exchange between people. So it's like you're never arguing against nobody. You're never arguing against nobody. It's the key thing. So they have to take their turn, and the turn-based is like, people who don't understand all of this, it's because they don't get that it's turn-based. And they think it's real-time. They're like a nowhere interfacer or something, right? Or even like an action type that has the wrong deliberation function for this purpose, right? So like it, ESFP. So an ESFP is gonna be like, total loss. I thought. I don't know what happened. And that's that. That's the end. Whatever I was saying. I guess, sometimes things just end arbitrarily for no reason. And that's the end of them. That's how things are sometimes. Kind of sad, but kind of beautiful too. Like this picture behind me. Kind of sad, I guess. I'm not sure why. It looks like it's slanted at an uncomfortable angle, I guess. There's a ridge line. You gotta figure ridge lines must have a preferred slant. This one looks a little uncomfortable. It's a little bit sad. But also, there's sky above it, which is kind of neutral. And then, at least it's got good support underneath. It's just ground all the way down. Okay, so it's not really going anywhere. So it can be comfortable with that. So it's kind of a mixed bag, Eric's brain running the treadmill getting his workout. Well, it really is only when I'm on psychedelic drugs that I don't pay any attention to the chat. I really don't. I've noticed that is true across drugs, whether it's across psychedelics, whether it's DMT or mushrooms. When I'm tripping hard, I don't pay any attention to the chat at all. I'm just talking. Explaining things, or usually, or joking, or usually the happy land of the combination of the two things, where you're explaining things like why something's funny and another thing is not. That's a happy place to have it. It's like, nobody really gives me a lot of pushback on those kind of explanations. Look, I want to explain to you, like I did the other day, right? I want to explain to you why going number 3 is a joke and not an actual toilet number. Nobody ever pushes back on those explanations. People are perfectly comfortable accepting the truth of my explanation. Why are people more comfortable with me explaining to them why going number 3 is a joke and not a toilet number than they are with me explaining to them the nature of truth and reality. It's why? I guess the obvious answer is the latter cascades down, but they don't even know that. So, I guess just instinct? They have a native human instinct. This seems like it's going to cascade down more. I don't really want to get around that one. This generalizes more, so I'm going to have to adhere to various things that I can't really anticipate because, I don't know, I'm just not that kind of creature that deals with this kind of thing, and, it's like, it's kind of like, how exactly would, say, a beaver recognize a trap that's made for a cow? Right? It's like, I don't quite understand how that happens, but it's kind of like, this trap affects everybody, but it's made for a cow, okay? And cows, accordingly, can spot it, right? And they're like, I'm not going to anything. But how do beavers know that's what's going to happen? It's not designed for them in the first place. How could they know? It might just be instinct that this is something fishy going on over here. It's NI, it's like, well, this is abnormal and seems intentional and malign for a variety of holistic reasons that they can't explain. So that's how the beaver knows that the cow trap will cascade down its meanings, beyond which the meanings, even though those meanings aren't meaningful to the beaver, somehow he's aware of the fact that there's bad consequences, even though he doesn't even know the concept of it. It's like, what's a bad consequence for a cow is like, oh no, there's not enough grass to eat, right? Okay? That's a consequence for a cow. So how does the beaver figure out that not enough grass to eat, eventually, when you cascade it all the way out, is bad for the beaver? How does the beaver know that? It's not very clear. And the only answer is, well, if you want to answer to it, that's intuition. That's intuition. That's how the beaver knows the cow trap that's made for a cow, but that actually is made for anything, but that only a cow could possibly spot the consequences, because the consequences are specific to a cow. How does the beaver figure out that not having enough grass includes him too, even though from the beaver's perspective, it definitely doesn't? That's a tricky question. And that's intuition. It's like, somehow the beaver figures out that, hey, I can frame up too. Or I just get a funny feeling about this, right? It's one of those two things. That's what it is. It doesn't have to just be intuition. It could be, no, I will outframe you. I will go to the larger frame myself. You're still framing this as a teleological thing. I can go larger than you, motherfucker. Maybe that's what the beaver's doing. One never knows. Because, once again, I don't get to talk to that little guy that walks around their head. And at least not nearly as well. Well, I do get to occasionally talk to that little guy, but it's like they're Mexican and not very educated and don't really speak very good English. My Spanish is okay, but I don't really want. But I'm lazy, so so it's like that, you know. When I do have conversations with the little guy who walks around over people's heads, it's like they're Mexicans busy doing actual things, you know, being important. Don't really speak English, and I'm lazy. So I don't really want to talk to them, basically. Not that I'm lazy. It's that I don't want to talk to them. That's what it boils down to. Whenever I try to talk to other people's little guys, those other people's little guys are Mexicans. So they're busy doing important things. They're not wasting time like me. Right? They do not have time for my questions. They're the thing keeping everything together, you know. when you're important, you don't have time for my questions, okay? And it's presumptuous of me to even ask them of you. You're way too important. The most important people, I don't bother. The most important people are Mexicans because they're doing the only jobs that actually are real, right? Everybody else is just fucking around. So they're important. So I don't interrupt them. When, like, people who are actually working, I would never go bother them with a question because what I'm doing is not important, obviously. I'm just fucking around. And they're actually working on something. You know, it's like, anyway, that's what I think about other people's people in their heads, right? It's like, hey, I'm sure they're busy. They look like they're doing something actual instead of just fucking around. So, and they don't really speak English, and I'm lazy, and I don't want to talk to them. So, communication between us is very poor. Is my point. When I do. If I had any instances of me talking to other people's little head guy, all of those instances would fall under the category of very poor communication. That's the point I'm making. I've noticed that I do a few kinds of things, right? Sometimes I'm making a case. In which case, I tend to end it with right, whereas sometimes I'm making a point. In which case, I keep going back to the fact that, and that's the point I'm making. Those are the key terms you can use to determine whether I'm making a case or whether I'm making a point. Making a point's a lot less, seems to encounter a lot less pushback. So I've learned over the years, when I'm making a case, I'm already like pre-angry, right? I'm pre-angry, and so therefore, on the best day, my cases tend to come out like, hey, look, it's a good day for Eric. It's just super condescending. He's not actually attacking my character because I'm unknowingly and unwittingly supporting paradigms that ultimately result or are necessary for evil to exist at all, right? That's not that's not really a good reason to condemn them. I didn't really mean that when I said it, even. You know, it's like I was just being hyperbolic. Now you might call that lying, and that would not be totally unfair. Except it's pretty clear I was being hyperbolic to me. Like I was making what happens when you make a joke, which is to say, but it's not a joke to make people laugh. It's a joke to drive home a painful truth. There needs to be a word for that. So it's that kind of thing. I'm trying to drive home a painful truth. I'm not lying. It is true that she's not knowingly doing these things, and I'm not necessarily highlighting her lack of knowledge and articulating the linkage between what she's doing and the ultimate reality, right? And it is kind of shitty of me, medium shitty of me even, to not mention that part. Okay? Okay. It's very shitty of me to not mention that part. But it's still technically okay. So, I don't know what to say about it. That's technically okay, because I have no obligation to know for you, right? That's what underlies that. If I don't want to inform you of something you don't know, because I know that you're going to use it wrong argumentationally, I mean, that's my prerogative. What's not my prerogative is to tell you ever what to do with things you already know. So in other words, that's what ran afoul of me and Peter didn't teach you that time. He had no need to tell me at all. And I would never have blamed him for not telling me, because who gets to control what another person does with what they know? Nobody. So I would have no problem with them not ever mentioning this very salient piece of information to us. So he has no obligation to do so, right? But once he tells us to salient piece of information, the fucking gall in telling me how to use it, right? No, this information is known now, right? I can't unknow it, and you won't tell me in any way, shape, or form what I'm going to do with it in my head. And what I say about it out of my mouth and what I do with it in my head are more or less the same thing. In fact, when I'm talking, I'm doing stuff in my head. That's how I do stuff in my head, so it's not so boring. Otherwise, you're sitting there by yourself thinking about things, and that's not fun. I mean, it's sort of fun, but it's not very productive. You gotta write it down, or else it's just a waste of time. It's like you can't keep track of shit well enough to just sit there and think about things. And note, it's not like I'm archivally keeping track of shit the way that I'm doing it. It's not like I'm making notes periodically. Okay, yes, this links to that, and this is, okay, yeah, this is part of that, this belongs in that subsection. No, Eric, this is totally, just fucking scrap this video, this is garbage. I'm not doing any of that, right? But I am rewatching some videos I think are good that say good things, which then in ENTP way just sort of like makes things make sense, and then when called upon in a vague way, and then when called upon to prove that it makes sense, you go, okay, so here's all the specifics of it, you know. But it's not like you keep them in your head, right? You have to rebuild them all every time, because you got shitty SI, you know. I can't even remember my own songs. I can't even remember the words to my own songs, let alone the chords. And I've been playing them for years. So that's some shitty fucking conscious SI. It's like, I'll sometimes forget the words to, I mean, I frequently actually mess up the words to, I can't even remember what it's called now. I do remember what it's called, but just give me a second. Satchel of Helpful Goods. I'll very frequently mess up the words because the words to the first part go with the first part, but just don't have as much NI pop as the words of the second part. And I always remember the words of the second part, which are, so it goes like, every life lived reaches an end, a time when the road reaches an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? Right? So it's like that bit, right? So in the first part, so the lyrics are, when I'm there, will there be anybody else around? or will I travel all alone? The first part goes, there are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. And it makes sense logically from what comes before it. And they're still good lyrics, right? They're not bad lyrics. But I always sing the second one for both of them. I always forget. I don't always, but like, it happens frequently. And it's not, and so what happens is like, that happens frequently. Then I have to teach myself, no, Eric, the first part goes like this. And then I have to practice that. And then I've sort of got this top level memory on top of the fact that I remember the song that, don't forget, Eric, you always mistakenly play this part here over here. So don't do it this time. That's the patch I make on top of it. That's how my remembering things works. It's fucking so dumb. Why would you remember things like that? Why not just remember them properly? But the answer is because I'm too close to N. I can't even remember properly. It's like remembering things and doing things. You know, it's like knowing actual shit and doing actual shit. That's too far away from me. I know pretend shit and don't do anything. That's my specialty, okay? I specialize in knowing pretend shit and not doing things. So it's understandable that I can't really use remembering very well because it's not really, it's important, but it's not really critical in knowing about pretend things in the way that it is in critical to doing things, right? I mean, I'm doing pretend things. I'm doing a lot of pretend things, okay? But the point is, remembering is not nearly as important when the things you're doing are pretend. If you're doing real things, then it's pretty important to remember shit. Like, okay, I gotta do this first, then I gotta do that, then I gotta do that other thing. And then you gotta actually not only remember them, but this is the extra hard part, you gotta figure out some way to get from remembering that you have to do it to actually doing it. And that's what they call the fog of war. I'm not really sure what's over there in that area, and we never will be. Because that's a tough question to answer. You know, in the logics, in pretend town over here, boy, that's a tough question to answer. It's we don't really deal with problems like that in pretend town very much. You know, I've noticed that you real world people do this thing called going to the bathroom, which we never do here in pretend town. I'm not quite sure. I had to learn what it was. It's like, why would you spend time doing that, you know? You're just waiting for the whatever to leave your body, you know? That doesn't make any sense. Don't you have anything better to do? I mean, it's like anything else would be better to do than that, because that's just waiting for stuff to leave your body. But I guess that's the kind of shit you do over there in real town. Here in pretend town, we always park right in front of where we're going, and we always get there in the optimal amount of time. So if it could take as little as 15 minutes to get someplace, and I left 15 minutes before I was supposed to get there, then I will get there in 15 minutes, naturally, here in pretend town. And the problem I've discovered when I try to go over there, it's like, stop crossing the fucking border, Eric, because those people are nuts over there in real town. It's like, I in theory, I should get there in 15 minutes. I get in the car and I discover it could take me 45 minutes to get there. It's like, you guys don't even know how long it takes to get places over there in real town. You decide how long it takes to get places, and then that's how things work in Pretend Town. Well, you guys are doing it totally wrong over there. Not you guys. Not you guys who are here with me in Pretend Town. I don't mean to be... Obviously, all of us are here in Pretend Town. So I'm not talking about any of us. Or you wouldn't be here with me if you were over there in that awful place. Thank God we're all here in Pretend Town. Because that other place was fucking awful. I mean, just absolutely terrible. Like, how could you prioritize those things? Look at that guy. Over there, look what they make them do in real town. That guy's got to do that boring ass shit for hours at a time? How can he possibly stand this? I don't know. But everything's wackadoodle over there in real town. And that's why, obviously, everybody is here. Everybody who's sane is going to be here with me in Pretend Town. Every bit of the time they possibly can. There are some times, it's true, all of us have to make a trip to real town. And boy, don't those days suck. Whoosh. But all of us should be sensible enough, at least, to live over here in Pretend Town. Don't live there, for fuck's sake. Don't value those things and like, oh, I really value doing this repetitive thing over and over all day. You don't value it. You just like the certainty that comes along with it and comfort that comes along with it and a variety of other things that you do value, but you don't value, you can't possibly really value, it's not even possible to value, being used by another person primarily for their commercial gain. It's like, you can't value that. That's always instrumental. It can't ever be an absolute value. It's not something that's something they get to value, not you. You don't get to value that. They get to value that. Stop trying to take their values from them, right? Anyway, but people use words wrong, so they don't really mean what they say, and you know, when they create these weird little pictures, like, how do I know what's in their head, right? I imagine them. I imagine people creating these weird little pictures, like, yeah, boy, Mr. Stevens sure is a great boss. I can just imagine him, and it's gonna be so great to make Mr. Stevens happy because he really deserves. He made it so happy, and it's like there's no framework of any sort anywhere in the building. You know, that's what I'm imagining. I don't know what goes on in their heads. That's a scene I like to picture. At least it's pleasant. You know, it's not like evil. It's pleasant. Mr. Johnson or whatever, he doesn't know. Mr. Stevens, he doesn't know either. He's like, I really feel I did a great job managing my team down here. And he's serious, you know, it's like, he doesn't get any bigger picture things. So, he's really happy that he managed his team well. That's all there is to it. And that's satisfying because, after all, we're working together on a project, and it's a real project, and we got it done, and here's all these good rewards from it, and everything's really tangible, you know? There's lots of good reason, quote unquote, to be happy about that. If you don't realize that you're in a cesspit, you know, like, if you don't realize somehow, you've not noticed for some reason that you're standing knee deep in shit, it's pitch black, it's freezing cold, and all these other things, then yeah, that's great. But I mean, if you include the whole picture, then not so great, right? That's the problem with the whole picture, though. Like, how many people, how many society members, how many people like me can society afford? Not very many. We're totally worthless. You know, it's like we provide nothing and consume vast amounts. Now, don't get me wrong, we're the only people who actually matter. That's the great, hilarious irony of it. Isn't it fucking hilarious? To actually matter, you have to be completely useless. Isn't that fantastic? Oh, it's such a beautiful... And the thing is, it's not a creation or whatever. It's the beautiful thing about language. Language requires things to mean something. Or else, it's not language, it's just noise, right? So, the one thing that language cannot get away from, no matter how hard it tries, and so many people try so hard, they spend their entire lives, it seems like, trying not to mean things. No matter how hard they try, the key distinction between the language and noise is meaning, and they're never going to get rid of it. You can't get rid of the meaning of language, because if you do, there's nothing left. That's all it is meaning. But people try to use it to not mean things all the time. It's like, will you stop trying to use that bucket of water to start a fire? That's not what buckets of water do, okay? Let me explain this whole combustion thing to you, because, you know, it's like, words are for meaning things, water's for putting out fires, not starting fires. You know, it's like... But whatever. I love the world more than I'm frustrated by it. It's absolutely fucking fantastic. I got nothing to complain about at all. I'm actually a person... I'm the perfect storm of everything, right? It's like, I'm able to matter the most because I've got absolutely fucking nothing to complain about. I've got no needs or wants or anything like that aren't met. I'm just completely coddled and pampered. It's not possible to matter if you aren't all of those things, because you're busy doing important things. And mattering on a grand scale is not important to anybody. To anybody who's smart, it's like, the difference between importance and mattering and relevance are I understand why people get confused that they're not the same thing, but they aren't the same thing at all. It's understandable though. I get it. It is confusing at first. It's like, how can importance and relevance be different? But they're totally different things. That's why in debate we've got stock issues, which include the shits, right? It's like solvency, harms, inherency, topicality, and significance. How is significance different from harms? It's like it's the same question is implicit in that, but there is a reason for the distinction. But I get why I get why no matter how smart you are, you're going to be very skeptical of this. It's complicated. I don't want to go into it right now, but the smartest of you are like, I smell bullshit here, Eric, on this distinction you're making, but it really is real, trust me. I smell bullshit too. I thought about it for a long freaking time. Now, I know that's not a good justification for you to agree with me on this, but I'm just saying, can we just be efficient this one time? And just cut to the chase on this? I don't want to explain it. Oh, I'm smoking a cigarette. That's where it went, by the way. I have to tell you what I'm doing, remember? Remember how important it is to tell each other what we're doing? Because somehow we're going to use that information for something. Because, you know, unless you're me, you have important things to do. And so you might need that information. To me, it sounds hilariously useless, right? What? Doing things? What difference does it make? I mean, how can I possibly use information about what you're doing in anything? Those kinds of things don't matter. But I get it. It's like everybody has some things, some parts of them that have to matter. Like you have to be. Sometimes you can't matter. You have to be important, right? That just sucks about life. For everybody. Sometimes you can't matter. You have to be important. Never mind. Let me change that. Sometimes you can't focus on what matters. You have to focus on what's important, right? And those times are what are called like back down to earth, you're human 2 moments, right? Like, oh fuck! Real Town is invading my pretend country. That's the worst thing could happen. It's like, it's fine I gotta go over there occasionally, but now they're invading me? Oh. God, I don't even have an army because I was busy pretending I didn't need one. Now what am I gonna do? So I get it. It's like shit goes down like that sometimes, right? Where you get your pretend country gets invaded, and obviously you didn't pretend yourself an army because you pretended the frame level matter. You don't need an army, therefore you don't need to think about how much money you're going to spend on it. If on the frame level, you've already eliminated the possibility of needing an army, then there's no reason to discuss how much money to spend on an army or how to build it, right? Because you've already decided, in my pretend world, there's not going to be a need to spend money on the army. I'm spending money on cool stuff that's fun. Not on stupid stuff. Because stupid stuff's important, not stuff that matters, right? Stupid stuff doesn't matter, but is important. Usually. Sometimes, anyway. And that is why it's so important that we use words precisely. Even though that's super hilarious, because I just repurposed the word important. Oh, Eric, what are you ever going to do with yourself? You're never going to figure everything out like that if you're going to just be sloppy about how you use the word important one way in one sentence and another way in another sentence, not even pointing out that you're changing the definition. I mean, what are you doing? Why would you do such a horrible thing to people? Because they're not going to be able to know you're changing definitions unless you tell them. And then you run the risk of either deceiving them, confusing them, or worst of all, being wrong. And you don't want that. Nobody wants that. Because then, when that happens, it's like, when I'm wrong about everything, by which I mean, remember, I'm not right about things that are important, okay? I'm right about things that matter. So, those are very different things. Being right about things that are important is, I am usually wrong about things that are important, okay? Like, for example, let's talk about COVID. I was entirely right about what mattered. But I didn't really have any opinion about the important stuff. Because who cares? It doesn't matter. Right? The important stuff is like, how are we going to attain better outcomes from our feared horrible outcomes. I don't care about that. It's like, that doesn't matter, right? It's like, you've already lost the battle because what have you violated? We talked about this recently. You've not adhered to, and I grant you, there's no argumentational reason why you should. It's just observationally, intuitively so, and unavoidably true. But there is one master we must all obey, no matter how chafing his irons, no matter how cutting his whip may be. And that master is, of course, the order of questions. So, you know. I know too, brothers, the pain of servitude. I know too how just despair-inducing, how soul-crushing it can be to realize, oh no! I can't even ask that question. Fuck! To even ask that question would be to be wrong. Oh, and I asked it. I actually asked it. How? Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up. Oh, I've been there too, you know. I've been there. Believe me. I've violated the mastery of the order of questions, but he is fair, but not forgiving. Not forgiving, and I'm not masochistic. I'm the opposite. You know, like masochists like pain. I'm a huge baby about everything, so you know, it was extra hard for me. Because it's like, he's whipping me. I'm not going like, oh, how sexy. I'm going like, oh my fucking God, I'm going to die. This is the most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life. Oh, please stop! And not in a sexy way. You're hurting me. I'm uncomfortable. For fuck's sake, the world's required to keep me comfortable at all times. This master of mine over here, just because I ask one question, the asking of which itself is fundamentally a commission of a wrongness, you don't need to punish me this hard. I mean, you could have just said, like, hey, next time please don't do that. I've been just fine. I would have been like, I am so sorry, I can't believe I did that super bonehead maneuver. It will never happen again. Because obviously I'm embarrassed about it. That's all the punishment I need, okay? I'm ashamed of myself. I'm embarrassed. I fucked up. What more do you need from me? That's all there is to it. It's like, I can't be perfect. All I can do is hate it when I'm not. Right? And that's all anybody can do. If you're okay with it when you're not, then that's not okay. If you like it when you're not, then you're evil. But if you're cool with meh, if it's not that bad, that's not okay. Okay, it's just not okay. But if you like it, then that makes you evil. But I get the not okay thing. I do that sometimes. It really isn't okay. You really shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it either. You know, make these kind of. Well, this time maybe I'm not gonna be exactly perfectly principled, but it's never a good idea. It always, God, whatever, the universe, reality, fairness, implicit things, it always comes back to bite you in the ass. Me anyway, it always comes back to bite me in the ass. So it's not like I'm being principled because I'm such a good guy or whatever. It's just, that's what life unfortunately has forced me into being. Right? I have no choice but to be principled or to be like clubbing and TP. It's like you got two choices, right? As you go along, you realize, oh fuck, I'm not going to pick one of these two fucking paths. I've been keep telling reality there are myriad paths for me to choose from. I do not have to go on one of these. So fuck off. But you do. No matter how much you tell it to fuck off, No matter how many times you tell it, there are other paths, or you do have to choose one. And it sucks, but it's how it is. So, whatever. Which are one of those things in real town. They suck, but they just are. You can't help. You can't. Things from real town, you can't tell them what to be because they don't listen for some reason. Things in my town always listen when I tell them what to be. They're great. They're fantastic. They're super cooperative. It's like, okay, from now on, you know how you used to be Shatsico? Yeah, Eric, I know. From now on, you're Castashola, okay? Okay, no problem. Hey, Castashola. Hey, Eric. And Rachel, you want a Castashola? Sure, I'll take one. Here you go. And nobody objects. Castashola doesn't object that I changed her name. Right? Rachel understands what I'm talking about. In fact, Castashola's happy I changed her name. It's the best thing that ever happened to her. She's so excited about the new change. This is how pretend world works. And the dynamics of it are so much better than real world dynamics. If I try to change a real person's name, like, I don't like your name. Like, hey, Karma's Pep, I don't like your name. From now on, your name is Kang Krishna Sarmapagu. It doesn't work nearly as well. It's like, it might work. I might get everybody to start calling you that or whatever. But the problem is this key component. You're never going to be like Castashola. You're never going to be absolutely thrilled that I changed your name without consulting you. That's how things should be in the world, right? They should be thrilled with whatever I decide, regardless of whether I consult them. But the real world's not like that. Like real people, they get mad if you change their name without consulting them. Especially if you do it legally. And especially if you change it from something normal like Frank, something weird like Penny Penis or something. It's like, they really don't like that. Whereas if I had named this thing Penny Penis, she would have been absolutely thrilled with being named Penny Penis. That would have even been better than Castashola. All of a sudden, And the fact that it was Castashola that's no longer true. Okay? It never was, never will be again. See, in pretend land, you get to be like Tiffany. Tiffany's problem is that she's got a horse. And for some reason, her horse keeps saying it has a name, Randall, even though horses don't talk. And for some reason, it doesn't like being treated like a horse. So she's got a problem horse, obviously. That's what's going on here, right? And so what she does is she force feeds it hay and tells it his name is Kevin. And everybody calls it Kevin. And, there's a lot of conversations about her horse named Kevin. And her horse named Kevin still complains about not being a horse, about being named Randall, and not liking to live in the stable and stuff. But that's just the kind of horse named Kevin that Tiffany has. Right? That's the kind of crazy world that happens when you don't care about maps. When you don't care about what matters, but you only care about what's important. What's important here, okay, is that my horses is not acting like a horse. That's what's important. What matters is that your horse is not a horse. You see the difference, right? It is very important, indeed, that your horse is not acting properly from your perspective. It is correct. It is not acting like a horse. But the problem is that it's not that we need to fix your horse. So that's the difference between what's important and what matters. And what's neither is like what Club EGP does. I don't even know what that is. It's just like, That's thinking, that's mistaking things that don't matter for things that matter, and things that aren't important for things that are important, and then coming up with a souffle of things that don't matter and aren't important, and insisting that these things matter and are important. That's what that is. I'm not sure why anybody would do that. Even an anti-mapping type, right? It's like, okay, I get it. Maps aren't important. They aren't. They matter, but they're not important. And mattering doesn't matter to you. So therefore, mattering's also not important. Okay, I got you. I get people saying maps aren't important, and even things that matter aren't important. But I don't get how you purposely choose things that are neither important nor matter, put them together, and insist that they are both important and that they do matter as a basic going about a business. That confuses me, because it's like, that's not an intentional, that's not me saying like, oh, I see it. There's your deficit that goes along with the corresponding strength that I don't get because that's my deficit, you know. I'm sure there's a lot there, I don't care about it, and I don't get it. Because that's all, that shit doesn't matter, right? It's just important. But anyway, but this thing with him, it's not that, right? It's not like, I get it because you're just having a deficit here. And, I mean, okay, like not being able to recognize gold, I get, right? Insisting a dog turd is gold, and insisting that it weighs a ton when it doesn't, that I don't get, right? It's like, okay, I get that you're not good at weighing things, and I get that you're not good at identifying things, but I don't get the part where you like seem to be purposefully misidentifying and misweighing things and insisting you're not. That's the part I don't understand. Because obviously I'm terrible. I'm just as bad as they are at like you know, they don't get what matters, and they should get what's important, okay, instead, right? But sometimes they don't even get what's important. They don't get what matters or what's important. Fine, okay, I get that. They just not every people have different deficits for different skills or whatever. But I don't understand how a deficit expresses as this like completely counterfactual insistence that not only can they, I get also being so blind about it that you can't do it. I get that too. But I still don't quite get the passionate insisting that you can, the demonstrating concurrently that you can't at the same time, right? And about doing it about both kind of things, even though you should be good at one of them.
Yo, I'm tripping balls.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, totally.
I think I was.
I
can't remember tell because I'm always talking.
There's a request for me to sit on your lap.
Of course you can sit on my lap or anything else you want, my darling. All of your requests are just the words you say before the thing you want happens.
Yes.
Come.
How do I do this?
By sitting down. You know what? Sitting down is so easy. Even T.E. Polar doesn't need to have an ordinary set of instructions. Okay, sweetie? Even a T.E. Polar person.
Gosh, you've been cracking me up. I've been inside and I've been listening, and every time you say something boring, it's so funny.
And that's why I love you so much, is because there's no even conceivable person in the world who could possibly fit the following bill. Okay, so this woman, She was a fan of my channel, right?
Yeah.
She came out here and we became a relationship in actual life between two people, so it's no longer like this identity thing, right? But and then so she lives with me in pretty close proximity. Like we do all of our things together. Like neither of us go to work or anything, right? I have to work sometimes.
But I'm like,
And when I am working though, it's like I'm working here and she could just sit right there.
Yeah, it's so nice.
And in fact, no matter what I'm doing, even if I'm teaching students, at this point everyone's conditioned that I and Rachel will be pulling bong rips during the whole thing.
Yeah.
And they will be getting coughing. You know?
Yes,
Rachel
that's
coughs a lot.
I do cough a lot.
And that's FI absolute value on my part. I don't care that it's not fair.
It's true.
It doesn't matter. This is Rachel, so she gets to do whatever she wants. Because she's mine.
Oh,
it matters to me.
Thank you.
You know? And because who could possibly even tolerate as much Eric as she gets, and then to actually I walk in there when she's in by herself. Sometimes she's listening to me.
Yeah.
There's your opportunity to watch my mouth, not get Eric for a second, because Eric's a lot, as you can tell, right? It's like I cannot listen to. How long do you expect me to listen to you? Indefinitely, forever? Is what I would think if I were dealing with me, right? I'd be like, okay, you, Mr. Eric guy, whatever you think you are. No matter what, the rule number one here is you, Mr. need to shut the fuck up.
No!
That's how I would respond to me, you know?
No!
I don't know any much else in the universe, but I know this about you, Mr. Eric guy. You annoy the shit out of me, and you need to shut the fuck up. I know that's for sure. I don't like you at all. I will not go out with you. No, I will not. You talk too much.
But that's why it works so well, because I am such a receiver. I like that. This is like a fucking great example of any.
This is a great example of true love, right? It's like true love.
True love.
And it's shocking to me because my basic default understanding of relationships is it's my job to make myself less insufferable to the other person. That by nature, I am a burden and a terrible thing to have to carry around with as a relationship partner in terms of your experience, right? Now, in terms of my behavior and what I say, I'm perfect as a relationship partner, which is to say, I won't break any of those rules that you're supposed to not break. I'll never say always or never. I don't fight wrong. I don't fight wrong. That's the key thing, right? No matter what, I don't fight wrong.
You're a very good relationship partner. I mean, the best.
But I've always understood it to be that because I've been always going out with censors, that I was something to be endured. You know, I was something to be endured who needed to learn how to make himself pleasant rather than something that had to be endured.
I definitely have felt it as well in my past relationships, for sure. For sure. But
oh yeah, we're on mushrooms, Boba Fett.
yo, it's fucking great. Honestly, I did puke.
Oh, you did puke?
Yeah, I did puke.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Because
that's the mushrooms god transubstantiating your ickiness into something you can actually physically get out of you.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's how it is in pretend world over here.
General is so much better. Just so everyone knows.
Right. Well, look, it's not like we're geniuses, right? I mean, it's obviously way better in pretend world because you don't have to deal with sensory shit.
Oh my gosh! And Mindy and Tiffany live there.
Right. It's like,
how could you not want that in your life?
Right. Like, here's real world. Real world I don't take out Tiffany. Tiffany doesn't get to sit at the table with us. It's so sad for her. I mean, it's not fair to her, right?
No, it's not because
it has nothing
she's
to do with
so
me.
entertaining.
It had absolutely nothing to do with me or you.
No.
But Tiffany's her own person too, and it's not fair to her that she can't sit at the table with us on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Because
she's
my
like,
dad would ask me questions about that I wouldn't be able to answer. That's not fair.
I've always wanted a partner who would. I've always wanted. Seriously, this is serious.
But that's the real world. That's the difference,
This
right?
is the real world. I've always wanted someone, like a boy, to play dolls with. I mean, that's a very rare thing to find. I mean,
what
not
else
many.
would you play with? I mean, it's like, what are you going to be playing with besides dolls, exactly?
I know. It makes so much sense to me, but for some reason, like, it just doesn't translate to everyone.
I mean, the thing is, dolls are just basically the same thing as other people. They're things you play with.
Thank you. I am a mother to those children.
You know, dolls, people, they're the same. They're identities that you play with.
Yes.
Right?
And their personality
And have fun
does
together
not
and stuff.
Exactly.
You don't tell some of your friends
No.
you're going to have to stay in Eric's pocket during Mother's Day because you know that Dad's going to ask you questions and you don't want to answer.
Where are they? Can we bring them out?
Oh, they're right here, of course. They're always nearby.
Awesome. Awesome.
In fact, the thing is, we don't treat our lesser friends nearly as well as we treat our important
It's so
friends.
true.
So it may be the case that Devin is somewhere.
It's a little
It's
dicey when it comes
But
to favoritism.
If I can't find Tiffany or Mindy, I'm genuinely
That's
get worried.
pretty worrisome, yeah, because they travel with us. Hi!
We're not fair
I'm
parents.
the best! This
we
is my
love
club!
some children more than others.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you're gonna disagree with me, then you're wrong. Just so you want to know.
I don't know. I don't
This
know.
is
We're trying to disagree with you about that.
Yeah, thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany's my bestest friend.
It's like, when I can't explain something, like, remember that one time that I found a house and those people tried to steal it from me?
I know, finders keepers.
I couldn't explain it very well because, I'm not really, explaining, but you're able to explain it, how many, tell the people how finders keepers work.
Finders keepers?
Yeah, you could do it.
Yeah, I mean, finders keepers equals you walk into a house and then you find it and then it's yours because you finders keepers is the rule.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's who didn't find it, right? They didn't even say they found it. Those people, those two girls that came with the weird knees, you remember those girls with the weird knees?
Yeah. They with the weird knees. Yeah. I don't have knees like that. You have knees like that.
Alright, let me bring my memory into flashback mode. So I can manifest, because you say manifesting.
Yeah,
You know about manifesting.
Yes, exactly.
I just
Finders keepers
look,
is manifesting.
Finders keepers relate to manifesting. Watch it. Here's how it works, okay? So I want, for my memory, to play out in front of you with actual people. And so, because I know how to do it, I just make it happen by wishing it. So,
Yeah,
I told you.
Yeah, that's manifesting.
And here they are.
And here they are. And they have different
Anyway,
needs.
right, yeah, you remember, right? Now you remember.
I totally remember.
So this girl comes in. What didn't she say? She didn't say, I found this house. What did she say? She said, what are you doing in my house?
Yeah.
It's like, she's violating the order of questions.
Finders keepers.
The order of questions says, who found it?
And
It's the first question. And there's no other questions.
I know, and the only question that I have is how do your knees get like that?
What's wrong with them? And I was like, why are your knees so weird and bendy? And I remember how she was like, didn't you answer my question?
Yeah, she didn't answer your question at all.
So I just said, I don't even know what those crazy ladies doing in my house. I said, get out of here, you. get your weird knee, you take
Yeah,
your weird knee and
Tiffany,
get out
you
of here.
tell her.
But then you know what was weird happened. Remember that lady who gave me that purse?
She was the same person.
No,
oh, yeah,
she
no,
wasn't.
She wasn't.
She wasn't. I thought she was her purse. I thought it was her
I
purse.
guess I just.
She knocked on the door,
Yeah.
and I thought, tell him that. Well, lady with the weird knees is coming back, is what I thought. Because
Yeah.
she's obviously like a mental illness or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have so much sympathy for the mentally ill, but I don't want them in my house with the timey things, you know.
No.
Anyhow, it was a different lady.
We're.
Now,
Yeah.
hold on a second. I gotta use my magic power to manifest her too. Oh, it's like kind of like it's kind of like a combination of butt thing,
Yeah.
crystals. What's that thing they call where you put your hands near somebody, but somebody's supposed to have it?
Oh yeah.
What's
It's
that
like
called?
the healing stuff.
Yeah,
I
you know
can't remember.
The one where people put their hands near you but don't touch
What
you.
is that called?
It's important. If they're touching you,
But
then
then.
I learned eventually, after many, many lessons, probably if somebody's running their hands over you when you're naked, it's not for the reasons they told you.
Oh my
It's for some
god!
other reason.
That's so scary.
Yeah, well, it's like, you're very convincing sometimes. Like, one time, a guy said to me, hey, you need to take off all your clothes. I thought, I already lost them a long time
Yeah.
ago.
It
What
would
are
be
you
more helpful
talking
if he
about?
if he had the clothes
It
for
was
you.
confusing.
Yes, it's very confusing.
Right? So, anyway, but then he said, no, I need to check you for mosquito bites. I was like, okay, well, why though? I was like, why though, right?
Yeah.
But then he said, because there's mosquito bites, these days, this specific kind could give you a double-sized head. To make your head turn to double size. So I don't want that to happen.
No, you don't want that to happen at all.
I mean,
Your
I'm
head's
perfect.
very nicely
No,
shaped
I
already.
get it. I'm perfect. But I will admit, if I do have any insecurity at all,
Oh no.
is that my head could be maybe like, I don't know, maybe like 0.00001% smaller?
Maybe.
Maybe, but then
Yeah,
that's just
maybe.
speculative. But what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. If there's something about me that's not perfect, it's not that my head's too small.
No.
Okay, so we know we're kind of eliminate that.
Yeah.
It's almost certainly not that my head's too big.
No, your head is perfectly shaped for your body and
Right,
everything.
yeah, sure,
Yeah,
yes, we
you're
agree,
perfect.
we
Oh
agree.
my gosh.
We agree. But what I'm saying is this, okay? Just
Okay,
listen to me.
all right,
okay?
all right.
Just listen
If
because
you're playing
we are
devil's
totally agree.
advocate,
I'm
okay.
playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, okay.
Devil's advocate. Now listen, all I'm saying is, if I had to be bitten by a mosquito that was going to do something to my head size,
Oh my gosh.
I'd want the opposite kind of mosquito.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to get at.
You want,
okay?
you
It-
want your
because
head to
even
be
though
smaller.
it would just be a gamble, because after all, it's perfect, so it's not too big as it is. But still, I'm
It's
saying if I had to gamble,
Okay, if you had
if
to
I had to gamble,
You are
I
a
would-
gambling woman.
I'd want the other kind of mosquito that makes your head smaller. So at that point, I say, okay, well look, I don't want a bigger head, so I guess I should just let this guy check me for mosquito bites. But you know what? I think he was trying to fill my bones.
Oh my gosh, I was wondering if
Because-
he was going to lead that way.
I get it like one time, like okay, are your
Yeah,
nipples maybe
okay.
mosquito bites, right?
Yeah, he's
Okay, yeah, my
professional.
nipples kind of look like mosquito bites a little bit because they're different color than their rounding skin, you know?
Activity.
Just like, okay, well, look, you don't really look like mosquito bites, but what I'm saying is like, you know how a mosquito bite, it's like
Yeah.
pink, but
Yeah.
all the part around
Yes.
is not pink?
Yes.
That's like nipples, kind of.
I
So
think
it's
you're right.
understandable that he could legitimately get confused one time, right?
Yeah, one time.
And I got it that the last one is different than the right one.
Right.
So maybe 2 times.
Okay.
But to make the same mistake like 10, 15, 20 times, it's like, okay,
Tiffany!
how many times do I have to tell you those are mosquito bites?
Yeah, they're not. There are your boobs, right? I think so.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It's
I'm
like,
trying-
well, I don't know why he'd want to do this, because
No.
it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But
No.
I think he was intentionally mistaking my nipples for mosquito bites.
Oh my god, they
I
are
was doing it
not
on
mosquito
purpose.
bites. No.
I know.
No.
It's like, at first I was like a little offended.
Yeah.
A little offended, right?
I would be offended.
And then I
too.
was like, okay, be fair.
Yeah.
Be
yeah.
fair.
Yeah,
It is
okay.
different color than the rest.
Yes, it is.
You can't see them because I use makeup to cover them with the same color
No, DDX.
out in the world. Because I just know by now. I'm gonna just lose my clothes as soon as I put them on. So I just don't even bother putting them on anymore.
I just
Anyway,
feel so bad that you keep on losing them. I mean.
the important thing is that I put makeup so you can't see my nipples.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, that's why my nipples look the same color as the rest of me now. But what I'm saying is, at that time, I didn't have that makeup on. Okay, so
Okay.
it was understandable that he might be like, okay, that's a different color. Mosquito bites are a different color.
Mosquito
I got
bites
it, you know.
are, yeah.
And at first I was excited, like I was like insulted because like
Yeah.
my nipples are like bigger than a mosquito bite.
Yeah, I mean, like, no, they're perfect.
And then I started getting confused. 'Cause I was wondering, wait, do my nipples itch? They don't normally itch, do they? And it got me kind of confused.
Yeah, like,
So I spent a long time thinking about that while he was feeling my boobs. But anyway, finally I said, no. Wait, I concluded, normally my nipples don't itch. And that's when I said, wait a second, mister. I said, hold on a second, mister. You better wait. You better, hi, you better listen to me. Okay? You better stop squeezing my boobs. Because I just realized on it. My nipples don't itch. Okay, that's what I told him. And he said, I don't remember what I said, but eventually he stopped squeezing my boobs.
Eventually.
Well, once I said, hi.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, we're going to take us. It seems like all the time, right?
It seems like all the time. It's true.
I try to be nice.
I mean,
Right.
10 times is a lot. You give them a lot
I
of
super
chances.
try to be nice with people.
Yeah.
Like that lady, okay, and tried to like push her way into our house, right?
Yeah,
Try to be
but I
nice.
mean, you
Like,
found
okay,
that out.
thank you for the purse. Now get out of here. But they don't listen. And so I can be like, hi. You like, get out of here.
You get out of here.
That's the
Yeah,
problem.
I mean,
I don't mean to be angry.
No, you're not angry. You're telling her that you found the house. And
It's her fault that I'm angry.
Yeah.
Is what it is. And she wanted me so who does that, right?
Yeah.
Who walks around somebody's house, gives them a purse, and says that they can stay there for indefinitely? Who does that?
I mean, like, you had the right to.
You're
She
like
gave
being
you the
called
purse.
police, right? You know,
Yeah.
you were about to call the police, if I recall.
Yeah, I was.
Wow.
Because I knew how important that was. She was stealing all of our stuff.
I mean, the thing is this, that was a key point though, Minnie, is that just because she gave me a purse,
Yeah.
she should not be able to just assume she can stay in my house. It's
No,
like,
I mean, like.
okay, it's a nice present, yes.
Yeah, it was a very nice present.
But we need to have shook on it beforehand, right?
Yeah.
We need to have shook on it.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't count. It
No,
doesn't count
it
if we
doesn't
don't shake on it
count. She
with
just
both
showed up.
hands. Let's shake on both hands, like this. Otherwise, it doesn't count.
Oh my God,
So it's like, okay, yes, you gave me the purse, but
Yeah.
no, we didn't check on it. So now it's my purse, and get out of my house.
Yeah, like, honestly, she needed to get out of your house.
All right, that's right. I was
no,
gonna manifest her.
Oh,
forgot
no,
to
I see
manifest
her.
I did manifest her, but I forgot to bring her out.
Oh.
I forgot to
That's-
punch holes in the box, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Oh, she died. But
She
it's
died?
okay. I'm gonna just manifest her. I'm gonna manifest her back in time. And
That's how manifestation works.
yeah, because if you don't get it right away,
Yeah.
it comes in a sealed box. And if it's not even alive, it will suffocate. Okay?
Oh
So, and that's fine. You can just manifest another one, but
no. Oh, you just
but it's a
manifested
hassle.
another one.
It's a hassle. Is the point.
Manifesting is so cool.
No, manifesting is a lot. That's you know, our one that's how I got that house. It's not really as
You
far.
did.
I didn't
Uh-oh.
remember.
Oh,
I had to walk for
What?
like, I don't know, like almost 20 minutes around to find it.
That's a lot of minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of work on my part. I should just be able to, like manifest it, right? Like,
Yeah.
the problem with houses is that I don't really come to you, unlike other things. You gotta go to them. That's the problem. with houses.
Yeah.
So when you do manifest it, unavoidably, unfortunately, it will involve some walking.
Your legs are so tiny.
Yeah, but remember how excited we were that day?
Yes, we were so
Or
excited.
you remember how excited you were when I said,
Yes.
close your eyes, don't open them yet. And here's what I got us. I just thought, where is that? It's all around you. It's this house I got us for us. I got us a new house. And you said, hey, yeah, what a house.
Yeah, I was not tipping it.
Right. But you know what?
What?
I said, aha, I'm way ahead of you.
Oh, you
I'm
manifested it.
way ahead of you.
Oh
Missy.
my gosh.
Because I know the following that
No.
houses are way too expensive to buy.
Yeah.
That's why I found a free house. And you were like, wow, good job, Tiffany.
Yeah, good job, Tiffany.
And we like high-fived in my memory. Anyway. We were
Yeah.
like,
Pow, pow, pow.
That's why we're best friends,
We
baby.
are best friends.
Because we understand things properly.
Properly. That house was free.
Well, that's like not. So that's what I'm trying to say about it. If you even make that assertion, you're already losing framework.
Oh no!
That house
I'm
wasn't-
trying to learn.
Right. The thing is, the house wasn't free.
Oh no!
No,
Oh no!
that's the past.
Tiffany.
Maybe listen. That's the past. Okay. The house is mine.
Okay, good.
Okay. That's the present.
That's the present. Good.
We don't worry about the past. Okay. Yes, it was free. Yes, it was free. And the only reason we mention that is we want to talk about what a good business person Tiffany is. Okay. But if we're not talking about that, it doesn't matter. Because the important salient fact here is, it's my house.
Good. I'm so glad it's your house.
You have to respect the order of questions. And in Tiffany's world, the order of questions is whatever the fuck she says it is.
Where's your almond milk?
I have gotten so undercover about drinking it. I have had like
Oh my
6 quarts
God.
of it while we've been conversing, and you didn't even
Wow.
see me do it. That's how good at drinking almond milk I am.
You're so good at it.
Do you remember that time? You know that old ugly selfish guy? What's his name? Like Boat or something?
Rich man?
No. It's like rhyme with boat. It's like
Boat?
There's
There's like hose, boats and
well,
hose.
that old guy, he lives here with us. And
He lives with us?
he's got that girlfriend.
Oh yeah, you.
What's that old guy's name?
Yeah, you found the.
His name
the
sounds
bed.
just like Boat. Just tell me, Mindy. What's his name?
Boat.
I can't remember.
What rhymes with boat?
Oh,
Float.
Eric?
Oh.
Eric! Right.
How
That's
could
his
I
name.
forget?
Yeah, I always forget that guy's name. Anyway, do you remember how selfish he was that one time?
I mean, yeah.
Remember how I was in the store with him? You didn't go because you were still sleeping, remember?
Yes.
Those are one of the few times that you and I don't go together anymore. You actually stayed here, and that old guy, Bo, he took just me. And
Yeah.
now where I go, you go, where you go, I go, we're like, friends,
Yeah.
But he just took me because you were so adorable. You were sleeping so adorably.
Thanks.
And he didn't want to wake you up. And
Oh.
even though I wanted you to be there with me, I said, listen, old guy, whatever,
Boat.
listen, Boat, I agree with you this time. Normally you're wrong about everything, but she is sleeping too adorably.
Thank you.
To wake up right now.
I like to sleep adorably.
And I love my friend, so I love her sleep too.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Okay, so friendship's good, and that's
Friendship
why
is good.
what I'm trying to say is,
Oh
It was, that's why you weren't with me, okay? It's not because it's like example of not friendship. It's an example of friendship that you weren't with me at that time.
That's why.
That's what my point is.
Oh, thanks, Tiffany.
So even though we weren't together, even when we're not together, it's a symbol. It's because we're friends.
We're friends.
So that's why we're not together. Even if we were together, it would also be because we're friends.
That's so great.
And
We're
that's
so
the important
friends.
thing. The important thing is the because.
Uh-oh.
The because is always the important thing. And
Because.
whatever comes after the because, that's what I've learned in life. And so whatever I want to be the case, I always try to put it after the because.
Oh, I
Well-
like that.
Well, like a lot of people be like, I want those Cokes because
Because.
I'm thirsty, right?
Yes.
But I do it the other way around.
Oh no.
I say, those Cokes are mine. Get out of my way.
Oh my gosh, that is the Tiffany way.
Right, because you see, the thing is, it's all about the order of questions.
Yes.
It's all about the order of questions. So I start with the right question. Those are mine.
Those are yours.
And then, there's not really any other question.
No, I don't understand how people don't know this
I
about
don't
you
get it
already.
either. It's very straightforward.
Ah, very
And you gotta be logical, okay?
Yeah.
The first
so
question,
logical.
the first question is always the same. Who found it? And the answer's always the same. Tiffany. And the rules are always the same. Finders keepers.
Finders keepers.
I can't help it. I don't ever find anything.
I know. You find everything.
I'm such a good finder.
Yes, you are such a good finder.
And you know what? I didn't even go to school for that.
You didn't go to school.
I did
for
not.
that?
My degree was a totally different thing. I actually got a college degree in sociology. Someone like Dick, like one time told me that that's not a real.
Gosh.
One time it's like Dick Smart Guy or whatever his name was. He once told me like that's not a real major because that's just like the art of kicking down open doors. And I said, hey, fuck yeah, motherfucker! And I kicked him right in the nuts. And so I was like, okay, well, you'll be right down there on the ground whimpering in pain. Okay, how do you like that, Mr. Ready Pants?
Wow, Tiffany, you're so strong.
Well, the key thing is I won the point. Okay, I won the point. I was right. I was right about what we were saying. I don't remember what we were saying, but I was right about it because I kicked him and the balls. That's how you'll be right. That's, you see, the key thing I learned about arguments is if the other person can't answer what you say, that means what you say is right. So whenever I say something, I like to try to kick them in the balls right after I say it, because they're less likely to say something back. And therefore that means I'm right. Silence equals assent. Now, I learned this. I learned it back in school. I had this one class called D-Ball or something like that. I don't remember much from it, but I do remember them saying, silence equals assent. And I was like, oh, cool.
I mean, you know how to be silent sometimes.
But you know how, like, the other day, what was his name? What was that guy that, Squash Cat. You know,
Squash Cat.
Squash Cat and I were sitting at the cafeteria together.
Yeah.
And I was like, he was like, why did you take my burger? And I said, well, I was planning to take it. And you didn't say anything about me planning to take it.
No, because I know that you're right.
Well, this is suspect. I would never take your burger, Mandy. I took Squash. I didn't take it. This is the point.
Okay,
this is the point I'm trying to make.
sorry.
Right?
Okay,
you can't miss
continue.
my point. I did not take Squash Cat's burger. Okay, that's the point. That's the point.
Oh.
I ate it. Yes, I ate Squash Cat's burger, but I'm the one who's responsible for eating it or taking it because in my head I had planned to take his burger. Okay.
Okay.
Now he didn't say, "Don't take my burger." Did he? Do you remember him saying, "Don't take my burger, Tiffany"?
No.
No. And what I learned at the burger class, whatever it's called, is if you don't say something, that means you agree with Tiffany. So he agreed ahead of time.
I mean, yeah.
If he didn't agree, he should have said, "Don't take my burger," right? And
Yeah, don't take her burger.
it's not my job to tell him I'm planning to take his burger. It's his job to proactively anticipate and prevent that from occurring. Otherwise, he's agreeing to.
Oh my gosh, you should be a lawyer, Tiffany.
You know, I don't know. These words, I just things that like flash back to me from the bar class from a long time ago. I don't know.
The bar class?
Yeah, it was called the bar class because they tried to teach you how to look like that guy at the bar. Remember, he was like a singer or something? He sang a song called like, "I'm the bar, look at me, I'm so very sexy. If you want to look like the bar, you need to take a glass of the bar." That's what I thought it was right? I never even talking about the bar the whole time I was there.
No. Yeah, you just.
Oh,
That's how you graduated.
You remember that song? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
song by
remember.
the bar, right?
Yes, about the bar, and then
Of
you
course.
became a lawyer.
No, I listened to the song. He said, "If you want to look like the bar, you need to take a class to teach you to look like the bar." So I signed up for a class called The Bar or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
I signed up for the bar, and that teacher, I don't even think he even knew who the bar was. He never mentioned the bar the whole time.
Did you sing him the song?
Well, I mean, he kept going on about the order of questions. I was like, okay, well, I guess I could use this for something. I get it. So if I ask a question, then that means I'm right. Okay, gotcha. You don't need to go on and on about it, though. It's like, I got it.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
why is he preventing you from getting to the bar?
It's like, I got it. Points, questions, whatever. Give me my shit.
What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Okay, this is what I'm looking for.
Sasquatch confused. Why is Sasquatch so twisty? Why is Sasquatch twisty in half?
Why is he so twisty? It's Sasquatch.
Sasquatch, here to bring adult temperament to party. Okay. Calm down, you over there.
Me?
Lady. Yes,
Me?
you too. Yes, you
Excuse
too.
me, it's
I know this
my
guy's the
show.
main problem. I know.
Sasquatch, just because you're so much bigger
Look,
than
hey,
us,
listen to me.
not
Listen to
means
me,
your
human lady.
show.
Listen to me. Now, I'm not talking him to you, matey, okay? I'm using my full... You'll notice my Sasquatch caveman talk get better and better. as Eric wants to say more thing. Alright, many... You're not Tiffany Sasquatch. I
Tiffany takes over our lives.
Separate, then I got a real problem. Sasquatch say, you have a real problem, Eric. Okay. When last Sasquatch appear on Mindy Club? You forget about Sasquatch? You say we friends forever. I mean, we are friends, but I've just been super busy. Well, Sasquatch wants to be on film. Sasquatch wants to be in Mindy's Club. Not everything about Tiffany. Sasquatch be funny too. Sasquatch got say a stupid thing. Hey, look, that thing over there, not what it is. See? Yeah, but it doesn't play as well with you, Sasquatch. What you mean? I could be blonde girl. I could be funny. Not really. You really can't be a blonde girl is the problem. See, there are physical components to identity as well. Even here in Pretend Land, Sasquatch, I really can't pretend you into a blonde girl. You gotta have to be your main Sasquatch. I can pretend to have a conversation with you about how you're, it's like, okay, I get it. Look, Sasquatch, you want to transition into a blonde girl. be my guest. But your character on this show is Sasquatch. Okay, so listen, Eric, I find this whole like caveman talk thing really demeaning.
That's, like, very important.
I get you find it demeaning. I'm so sick of this woke shit. Okay, talk like a fucking caveman, act like a fucking Sasquatch. Is that okay with you? That's your role in this play. But I don't identify as those things, Eric. Okay, I get it. We cast the wrong Sasquatch, but since you took the job, can you please do the job you took? I mean, how would you like it if I came in here every day and told you, you shut your cracker mouth, you?
I mean,
I'd be fine with it, Sasquatch. Say whatever the fuck you want. Just do your job. Every Friday I have this conversation with this man. He does not listen to me. Okay, what are my lines? Okay, let me go over them. Me, Sasquatch. Yeah, like that. That's how you people talk, okay? Get through your head. Yo, people, this is what I'm talking about. Okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
So Sasquatch has rights? Are you trying to blackmail us?
He's all woke. He's all woke. You can't even call him a Bigfoot anymore. You can't call him a stinky.
Fighting from the hand that feeds you or something?
Exactly.
Yeah, come on, Sasquatch. I mean,
do you think those midgets complain when we make them act as midgets? You know, no.
No.
Do you think the midgets say, we don't want to play the role of a short thing. We want to play the role of something tall. No, they don't, Sasquatch. So you go be a Sasquatch and you act like my idea of what a Sasquatch is. Regardless of what you think, okay?
Yeah. We're getting down to business. This is now real world. We're not in fantasy world anymore.
Hey, listen. I talk like this, okay? But yeah, you do. That's how you naturally talk. But that's not how Sasquatches talk.
No, and the polls say it. The polls say that the people want Sasquatches to talk like a Sasquatch.
And the polls also say that you are a bad Sasquatch for not adhering to those Sasquatchian norms. You are personally a wicked and bad Sasquatch for being too educated because you're supposed to talk like a caveman. Okay, me talk like Sasquatch from now on. Me sorry, me got too woke. It's okay, Sasquatch.
Is he an ENFP?
You just go back to comfortably being what I tell you are. And be happy with that. That's your problem. You're trying to be unhappy with what I tell you are. Yes, Sasquatch get now. Sasquatch learn an important lesson. Woke is dumb. And Sasquatch talk like caveman, no matter how educated Sasquatch is. I can talk like this. Take some effort, but Sasquatch will talk like this. That's still too many words, Sasquatch. You're still not caveman-y enough. Me talk, nah. Better.
Now, I really want to know. I want to know if the people are being heard when this guy comes out.
Oh, I mean, who? You know. According to Devin, anyway, this is his words. He's yet to encounter any living being in any universe who isn't absolutely captivated by his special ability. That's his words. But, you know, I've not encountered any examples to falsify that claim yet.
Look,
it's a pretty special move. Look at this. Watch these little arms move. Oh my God. Left, right? What am I going? What am I doing? Which direction am I going to move my hands? Hey guys, it's me, Devin. Can you see my hands? Well, I've got a special trick for you. Let me see if I can get me out of the frame. The camera, the visual field. Hey guys, it's me, Devin. And the only problem I have is that it's very hard to push this button on the back of my head while not thumbing your own hand. Almost impossible, I've discovered. I've tried lots of different things. But anyway, that's not the point. Hey there, guys, it's me, Devin. Look at what I'm doing.
That's right.
How do you
Is it
tell
gonna go
I
left?
did
Is it
that?
gonna go right? Is it gonna go left? Is it gonna go right? You can't tell because my hands are like a whirlwind of action. Pow! Right? Unfortunately, my sense of where the camera is very poor. I cannot figure out where the camera is. But other than that, look at these hands. These hands can do anything but that. Wow.
Wow, Devin, you're really spectacular.
Well, I mean, let me ask you, Rachel. Let's say everything the worst possible things you can imagine,
Oh, no.
all happen immediately at once, but then you see this.
I'm automatically.
Doesn't
Oh!
does it? The question is, does it make everything okay?
It really does.
It does, yeah.
It's magic. That's his talent.
So it's not that Devin does a lot. It's that what Devin does a lot.
Yes.
Whatever you need
I
to
really
do.
hope that you guys are taking notes. We have been in. This is what it's like in what land?
The truth. The land of the truth.
The
Yeah.
land of the truth.
In the land of the truth, first of all, note this relationship happens all the time. It's not that Devin does a lot. It's that what Devin does a lot. This is so true because N-I-S-E. That's why.
Wow.
If you're N-I-S-E, you don't need to do a lot. Because what you do does a lot for you. All right. Of
I mean, that's like so profound right there.
and it's super important. It's super important.
Does that take you back into like real world?
I can never tell the difference. I can never tell the difference
There
about joking
isn't.
or playing around or being serious.
There's no.
Even like regular me is just that's like that setting. You know, it's just another setting, right? It's like it doesn't really mean anything. There's this sort of like splay of legal settings, and I might appear at any of those legal settings at any point.
Yes.
And in my worst moments, I might appear as an illegal setting, which is to say, for me, an illegal setting counts as technically right, but I know I'm being exploitative of an advantage of mine.
You do have an advantage.
Right. So it's like I'm expressing either legal or illegal. Yes. If it's illegal, it's because my emotions have gotten better than me,
Do you guys want
which rarely happens. But
mushroom laden?
I want to hear whatever you have to say, and I want Eric to shut up so I can listen to you. Because you're more
You don't
talkative
need
than usual.
to.
But you're more talkative than usual as an opportunity. I rarely get the chance to listen to you because you don't have a lot to say.
I don't really. Well, what I want you guys to. Do you want a reading? Drug laden reading with my tarot cards. Does anyone offer that?
I am.
Okay, cool. Should we go feminist?
I think we should do what you will, my darling.
Oh shit.
That's how feminist
All right,
I am.
then we'll go with the first choice that I was thinking.
Not only am I not your leader, but you're my leader. That's how feminist I am.
Oh my gosh, you are so feminist.
Yeah. We've decided. I've decided for us as a couple, we're jettisoning
Okay.
the notion of leadership of being mine,
Cool.
being bad, inherently bad, and instead embracing the idea that leadership is good but making it hurt.
Alright, so Eric is gonna be the one who's interpreting the cards, just so you know.
Ooh, okay.
Is that okay?
No, of course, you're the leader.
All right, cool,
I'm just taking
cool.
the things I'm delegated, but unfortunately, I'm not a very good employee, so I talk too much.
Alright, so I'm gonna pick who's first.
Well, we got Dark Sunshine wants one.
Okay.
Boba Fett wants one is first.
Okay, so Dark Sunshine.
I think Boba Fett was first, actually.
Oh, Boba Fett was
We
first?
want to go in the order
Oh,
that they
shit.
ask. We don't want to skip. We don't want to.
T.E. Polar, sorry.
No, I didn't see his either at first. So.
Okay, so Boba Fett. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's just like we should go in order, or else not because it's fair, although it is,
No,
but because
no, it is
otherwise we'll
fair.
get confused. But the main reason why we should go in order is so we don't get confused. Is who we've done it.
You got a great card for today. You got the Fool.
Boba Fett, you got the Fool.
Yeah.
Hey.
Venture, open, pure, clear, innocent, faith.
You're not being burdened by that horrible place over there that we don't like called Real Town.
Real Town, that's what I was trying to...
The Fool,
oh my gosh.
the Fool
I
understands what he's doing just fine. He's staying as long as he possibly can in Pretend Town.
Yes.
And
This is
that's-
where we live.
that's
In
wisdom.
Pretend Town.
The wise don't try to visit the shitty place more often.
Okay, so who is next? Can you guys help me? Who is next? Dark Sunshine.
Oh, he only gets one card?
Oh, we could give him
You
more.
gotta give him more.
Alright, okay,
one
so
card's
no,
not
I
a
gotta
reading.
change up the vibes then. So, Boba Fett.
I don't think one card counts as a read. I think it counts as a like, this is who you are.
Alright, so then 3 cards. 3 cards.
Yeah. So, we gave you who you are, you're a fool, which is great, which is perfect. It means you're wise about what matters. But now, why did you give me this one?
Because that popped out.
Oh, this is supposed to be about Boba Fett.
For Boba Fett. Yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
give you guys...
And meanwhile, I'm trying
3
to put the deck
cards.
back together for you for some reason because I think you've messed up and like broken the deck or something. I don't know what I'm saying.
Your tea's
Oh,
better.
this is for Boba Fett. Okay, here we
yeah,
go.
this is the
So here's the first thing.
No,
This
no,
is-
no, it's not the first thing. It's the second thing.
Well, you're-
Because the first thing was the Fool.
But that's his identity. That's not a thing.
Oh. My
That's
bad. I'm
him,
sorry.
right?
I'm sorry.
It's critically important that we keep things in their proper categories.
Yes, it is. And you know that better than I do.
It's important, but as I keep making the distinction today, it probably doesn't really matter that much.
It really doesn't. But
Anyway, this is the first thing you get. The you being a fool is the first thing that the fool has, right?
yeah, so the Fool has this right
The first
now.
thing he has is conflict. That's not a happy thing to have. I mean, he's never happy to have conflict. It can sometimes be necessary, it can sometimes be good. It can be cleansing conflict, or it can be, like, you know, it's like the conflict I had yesterday with Jeffrey's mom and Jeffrey was not good conflict. It was like awful, sickening, sorrowful conflict
That
because
was really sad.
it was conflict over the fact that they didn't listen to me, and that's why they're in this mess that I don't want to clean up for them.
I know, it's so frustrating. It's just...
Anyway, the point is now these are also Boba Fett.
Yeah,
yes?
they flipped out.
Okay, so, but here's the good news, Boba Fett. It's not all conflict and people with sticks and stuff hitting each other.
Yeah,
whatever
so
that
like that's
picture
like
is.
the too many cooks in the kitchen.
Too many cooks.
You just remove yourself.
Have you guys seen Too Many Cooks? Have you ever seen Too Many Cooks? It's pretty funny. It's
It
pretty
is
weird too.
It is weird, but it's
funny
so
for a while, and then it gets kind of arty and weird, but it's like
still good.
okay, you know what? You win.
yeah,
you win
right,
this.
right.
Overall,
exactly.
it's a win.
You can't fight against it. You just have to go with it.
It's an overall win. But look, even though the conflict, remember, deep down, when you're not being true to yourself and staying here in pretend land, and believe me, there is nobody who tries harder than Boba Fett to stay permanently in Pretend Town. And I respect that, sir. I truly do respect that. You put genuine effort into keeping Real Town at bay by saying to me things like, stream now, make Pretend Town easier for me to just reside in, because I'm a knower, so I'm not gonna just, for me it's like, I don't want to reside in Pretend Town, I want to make Pretend Town. So I'm making Pretend Town all the time. That's why I'm explaining to you right now why you're a motivator. But only if you leave Pretend Town. And who wants to do that? So, the problem with, if you try to motivate people, is look what they might do.
Ooh.
Well, you can't really see because of the filter, but they might try to steal your swords, is the point. This
Yeah.
guy's swords are somebody's stealing his
careful.
swords. You don't want to get your sword stolen because then how will you stab things? Right?
That makes perfect sense to me. Thank you for that reading. Okay, so
So stay in Pretend Town.
So
that's the general gist of it. But you know,
stay in Pretend Town, and
if you want to be important and try to motivate others, but realize you're gonna feel like you're getting your sword stolen.
damn, that's good.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, really.
You're
So,
so good at
You have to leave
answering.
Pretend Town sometimes. The only way you really can is by being a motivator, but that always sucks because nobody really appreciates what you're saying and they just steal your swords. So, welcome to Shitty Life. That's a terrible thing to say.
That's reality town. Okay, so Dark Sunshine's next.
Okay, Dark Sunshine. Hopefully, you get a more cheerful
Here.
framing of your reading. Oh, but listen, I didn't bother
2,
framing it cheerfully for you because you're FP tool.
3.
Dark Sunshine, same thing. You can put your own FP bullshit around it if you like. I'm sure you're better at it than I am anyway, so. And you probably don't want it, so I'm just not gonna bother with it.
Alright, so Dark Sunshine.
Well,
These
you
are
didn't do
your
the one. You didn't do the one where who he is yet, though.
Oh,
Remember,
sorry.
you
my
have to
bad.
be a person to
Here.
have things.
Here, you.
You can't have things unless you have something that can have things.
Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. He doesn't have
It's
a
not-
personality yet. Yes.
It's not possible for nothing to have things.
He's a real nowhere man.
That's one thing That's one thing I know.
Ooh la
Oh
la!
my
This is one of my favorite
God.
cards.
This is who you really are deep down, Dark Sunshine, and it's so true beneath that cold, logical, super intuitive exterior.
You
You
just
really
wanna-
just want to get married
Yeah.
and have bliss with someone who loves you.
Yes.
Because they know who you are and can love it, even though you have no fucking idea who
Yep.
you are.
Behind every INFJ
There
is the
you
hope
go.
that they can find their love. That is absolutely true. I mean, I don't like to make blanket statements, but INFJs really are looking for the love of their life. That's like,
I mean, it's the only kind of concretization that makes any sense.
yes.
Really, in
Okay, so
general
that's
in
you.
life,
That's
right?
that's you.
So you're seeking that concretization, whereas Boba Fett's taking what you might call the higher road. He's taking a more noble path
Yeah.
inherently. He's saying, no, I refuse to not be a constant fool. And that's because I'm prioritizing what matters, not what's important. This is way more important, right? This is way more important.
Yeah, it is.
But it doesn't matter. Okay?
Oh.
Whereas things that really matter aren't about you, right? They aren't about your life. And they aren't about your experience and your happiness and shit. They're things that really matter. So, Boba Fett's taking the higher road, but it's not a more pleasant road. That's for sure. You know.
Okay, so.
Anyway, the point is, I'm
Forrest?
always getting distracted. Why do I always get sidetracked like that?
Jake Forrest, I have a question for you because for some reason, like at one point, I thought that you were female. So can we confirm or deny? What is your sexual? What do you call yourself?
Can I just I give a real quick? No, it was my bad for being a
No.
tangential, but can I just give a quick Dark Sunshine finish?
Please.
So here's what this means.
Dark
basically.
Sunshine.
It's like, you know, if you want to attain your actual self, right, that you can pretend to be
You are
this,
female. I
and
thought
then you'll
so.
have your choice of chicks. Dark Sunshine's not a chick.
No,
he's a
Jake
dude.
Forrest is.
Jake Forrest is a chick? Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
That's not
I
relevant
knew
to
it.
this, what I'm saying, though. So
Okay,
listen,
but this is important for
for
Dark Sunshine.
Yeah, don't get me confused between who I'm
Yes.
talking about.
No, okay.
So, you know, Dark Sunshine, that you could be this, and you get your pick of chicks, right? But that to be this, you can't be actually who you are at all. Even though you don't know who that is, you know it's not actually this. So you've got in front of you one of these. A decision. Bum, 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 bum. Isn't that exciting? That creates conflict in the narrative for us. So now we've got something to look forward to as an audience. What will he decide?
What
will
was
he choose this way or that way?
Yeah, what's at your core self?
There.
And then Carrot is next.
Whatever.
You have the cards.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
Here.
stole your shit again as usual.
It's all good.
Watch as Eric, without any self-knowledge whatsoever, takes over shit from Rachel
No, but this is
without
why
even consulting her.
ENTP and INFJ work. It's a good
He feels
example.
ridiculous about himself when he does it, and INFJ is very considerate and kind about it.
We are very considerate and kind about it. You guys are.
I'm saying you're very considerate.
Oh,
and kind
thanks.
about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm appropriately self-critical about it, so you're able to be kind.
Okay. All right. You're right.
If I didn't bust my own chops, you'd be like, "Is this guy fucking stupid or what?" You know?
Oh, that's putting words in my mouth. I wouldn't say
Well, I
that.
mean, okay. It would naturally occur to you, is he not getting this, or is he just not mentioning it, right?
You're the best. Come on. I'm so happy as.
It would occur
I'm
to
so
you,
happy.
though, if I didn't articulate these things, you would wonder, does he not understand these things, or is he just not saying them? Right?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Carrot. Yourself. This is who you are as a whole. You are the Knight of Rods. Dynamo, passionate, charming, cocky, athlete. So that's who you are.
That's Jake?
No, this is Carrot. Carrot is
Okay,
next,
Carrot.
yeah. Hi, Lou, by the way.
Are you really
Can I
a
see
girl,
that?
Jake Forrest?
Yeah.
Huh, cool.
This
I
pop-
assumed you were a dude because you're... But this is so proof of personality types, right? You're just like me, Jake. And you have a boy's name, so... It's perfectly reasonable of me to assume you're a dude, but... That proves that personality type is the actual group that we group people by. Not stupid
Thank
shit like
you,
sex or race or other nonsense
Exactly.
shit, right?
That is so smart. Exactly. All right, so Carrot, you got one of my favorite cards, the Two of Cups. You are meant to be with someone else. This is what that card means. You might fall in love soon, or just have loving feelings in general. Okay, so two more. Carrot. Ooh. Next card you get is Four of Swords. Healing, dormant, pause, wait, delay. So you might have to wait for that soulmate that you so desire to come along. It's a good card. It's a card about rest.
And sometimes you just have to
relaxation.
wait a long time, right? Like I didn't meet Rachel until I was 48, 7?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
47, 48?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were 40. I don't know.
We've been together for,
Can't do math.
I mean, after like 2 years, you can't stop keeping track of how long you've been together, but we've been together for, what month is it now, April? So
May. It's May.
Okay, so we've been together July, August, September. It's 3 months. Whenever I do shit like this,
So,
I
like,
use my
we're, like-
fingers.
So
Yeah.
are we doing like baby years?
I'm
Like,
trying to
where-
figure out how many years and how many months, right?
Okay, so in September it'll be
3
years.
So that's what I'm trying to do is months back from September to now.
So then
minus 12. Minus from 12.
2.5 years would have been at March, right? Yeah, because that's six
March,
months.
6 months from September?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that would have been 2.5 years. So now it's not April, but May. So it's 2 years and 8 months-ish.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Math
honestly-
like that is fucking annoying, you know? It's like,
So hard.
ugh.
So hard.
Because there's no intuition
use-
involved in it, right? You have to just
Well,
count.
So the reason I actually know that is because of astrology. Because 6 months from September is March. Because Pisces season is opposite of Virgo.
Jake Forrest
Okay,
aims to get a 50%
care.
discount on everything all the time because we
don't get paid enough for whatever it is we're doing, okay? It doesn't even matter if you're just fucking, like, poking around the dirt. You're not getting paid enough for it because it's very, very valuable, even though nobody recognizes it.
Okay, so last card, Carrot. You get the Wheel of Fortune. Fate, Risk, Destiny, Windfall. Number 10. So things could be changing for you. Maybe some of the good things that you've been working for are coming to a head. Or if you have been
Well, maybe you've been
unlucky.
working on giving head and he's finally coming. Have you thought about that? That could be
That
way.
too. You've been giving lots of head, and
And he's
it's
finally coming. It's
yeah,
like,
it's coming.
how much head do you have to give this guy before he finally comes? Well, good news. It'll be over soon.
Okay, Diamond is next, right? Yeah, Diamond is next. Yeah. You got the real that's a big sign, Carrot. So you got it twice. That's a sign from the universe that, like, you should be listening to. So this, think about the things that you've been up to recently. Sure, shuffle C4, you can too. Okay, Diamond's next. So she is a person, is this card here.
The key takeaway, Carrot, is you just keep working the back of that throat and you'll be done soon, okay? Who's this for?
Yeah, that's,
Or is this for?
this is for Diamond.
Diamond? I've
Yeah,
never seen anybody
Diamond.
named Diamond.
I,
Oh, it's Diamond.
yeah, Diamond is Diamond.
Okay.
She corrected me once, that's why I know.
It's like, you know how people read just like, they don't, no, like you can mix up the order of the letters except for the first and last one and people just read it as the word. Yeah, that happens. Anyway,
So yeah, the Ten of Pentacles. That's you as a person. You value money. You also value stability and family and,
in other words, important shit.
yeah.
So you're about important shit. Who is Diamond?
Okay, so
Diamond cares about important shit.
Here, pick 3 more cards.
Okay.
I like you being a part of it. It's better than me just reading it.
I can't. I find myself thinking. It's not a thinking thing. I just go like, oh, I'll go add some salt to that or something.
Okay.
When you say things.
Ooh! This one you'll like.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This is the first thing you have. So this is you, right?
Yeah.
This is you. You're the thing. You're the thing that has things. And this is the first thing you have. Uh-oh. Right off the bat, you got disaster. But somebody said something about the Tower card one time recently that I thought was perfect, which was, no. This isn't a disaster. This is the necessary cleanup of somebody else's fucking stupidity.
Yeah, they do say that it's usually about change, and it's change that doesn't actually affect you. It affects everyone around you. So there might seem like you're causing chaos, which is nice. Like, you know, there might be change that needed to be done, and that's when it usually comes up.
It's reassuring to note that even if it's your fault, it's probably someone else's fault on a larger frame.
Oh my gosh, I've never sounded
So
so
it's
like a
like,
7.
it may be totally my fault that I'm having this disaster befalling me,
No,
but the important thing to note is that even though it's my fault for important reasons the disaster's happening, for reasons that matter, it's not my fault.
yeah. Okay, so Diamond, this is the next card for you.
Diamond, next card. So the disaster's not so bad, right?
No, it's really not.
And look at this one you get next. You get,
Ooh,
hey, you know what?
temperance.
Maybe that disaster had a little something to do with me. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten quite so drunk. But you know what? I've learned an important lesson from it. And I'm going to exercise temperance now.
I actually think that this, yeah, temperance actually naturally in tarot follows the tower card.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
It's
So
a scene.
basically, like disaster causes you to be like, okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter if it
No.
comes right after it or not. The point is, disaster does cause you to go, okay, let me be more deliberative and more inaction oriented, because you know what causes disaster? Action.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Actual action, not talking action.
Yes.
Actual
action.
So
Yes.
I'm deeply opposed to actual action.
Okay, so Diamond, this is your last card.
There you go. Well, you know what? Here's some good news. The reason you are this is because you handled this with this as a means of practicing this. Entrepreneur, practical, reliable, Virgo. What did that one say?
It's
Truck?
the 9th.
What does it say over here?
Oh, Taurus.
Oh, Taurus. Oh, right. Okay. And then this says
Capricorn.
Capricorn, and King of
Knight,
Pentacles. King of Pentacles, right? Or
Knight.
Knight of Pentacles. Knight
Yeah.
of Pentacles.
Knight of
So,
Pentacles.
Because
Dynamite.
you are this, you only need to be, in practice, a Knight of Pentacles. You don't want to be the King of Pentacles because you're inherently this thing, which is 10 of Pentacles. Which isn't about being the master of it or whatever. It's just, no, this is your central thing that you understand is, I can't fuck up on this. This important thing, I'm going to treat it important.
So this is the rock and roll deck by Vicky Verily. It's currently not available for purchase. I don't believe. I mean, you could look it up for yourself, obviously. But yeah, it's the rock and roll deck by Vicky Verily. So it's
The important thing to remember, Jake Forrest, is it's their own goddamn fault, right? That's why we had to burn their tower down. Because they didn't listen to us. In fact, we didn't even burn it down. It's like, yeah, the tower's falling here. And yes, I knew if I didn't do the tower might fall. But the point I've been trying to make the whole time is, I shouldn't have to do in order for the tower to stay.
yes.
And so ultimately, if you had listened to me, then
Yes!
my inaction
Oh my gosh,
wouldn't have
that's
caused
totally,
the tower to
oh
fall.
my god, I know, the tower card is gonna be Jeffrey's paper.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, it totally is.
That's an apt analogy. The thing is, Jeffrey is in a situation where he's perfectly positioned
I've so been there
to-
too.
to go, okay, I am not playing around with it in this fucking wrong frame anymore. I am burning this motherfucker to the ground.
Yeah.
With my words, right? It's like he's perfectly positioned and perfectly capable of doing it.
He just has to not listen to his mom.
He just needs to commit to the idea
Yeah.
that he will go on offense against the teacher who has arbitrary control over his grade.
Yeah.
And he has to believe me when I tell him the best way to attain a better grade is not to try to kowtow, placate, appease, or otherwise do what you think the teacher wants, right? You've got to put the teacher, you've got to knowingly in advance have a strategy in which you put the teacher in a position where he can't give you a bad grade. Because giving you a bad grade is worse than all the other alternatives. And the only way to do that is to go full blast on offense. You've got to seize control of the frame.
He has to.
And he's been perfectly positioned by the fact that they've been ignoring me all year, Jeffrey and his mom, and you know, because I don't know what I really want. And I'm FE third. I get dragged along to helping them do these fucking futile, stupid ass shit.
Thank
anyway,
you,
know?
Diamond. Thank you.
It's like,
can someone help me? Who is next for reading?
oh, sorry about that.
No, you're fine. That's exactly what's happening. He
Yeah.
needs to go on the. He needs to.
This is what happens. I'm like, okay, so am I helping you make a duck
Okay,
or a
shuffler.
dog? And then they go, well, we're trying to figure out what the teacher wants still. Okay, well, what does the teacher say that they want, a duck or a dog? Well, they said they don't want either.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Thank you. Thank
so what
you
do
guys.
they want?
You're welcome, Diamond.
They want this thing that they've made up. It doesn't exactly exist as a species of thing in the real world, but it's sort of defined what they want. All right, okay, well,
Oh man.
it's particularist, so as long as it's defined what they want, even if it's not a thing really,
Doesn't that?
I can do it, okay? But
Doesn't
then
doesn't that sound like mush? Like that just sounds like mush.
absolutely
To
it
me.
sounds like mush. But the thing is, if it's defined mush, in other words, if we agree
Right.
ahead of time
That's
that
what's
what we're
missing.
doing here
Yeah.
is making mush, I can help you with it. But if we agree that's what we're doing, we cannot later
Yes,
on
yes.
decide to try to
That's-
change mush
Yeah.
into something else.
I know. Oh my god.
That's not how you make something that's not mush. The
God,
process of
it's
making
so-
mush is a legitimate process. I can do it. I don't like it, but I can do it. And because I'm Effie Third, I can be talked into it, right? But what I cannot do, and what they asked me to do, even though I had made it very clear at the beginning, if you are choosing to make mush, that's when you use this machine. When you're choosing, and once you've made mush, it's mush.
That's
Okay?
it.
what you
That's
made.
it.
And
yeah.
it's fine.
But he could change it around.
And you can have better mush
He
or
needs
worse,
to-
worse mush.
He needs to fucking. He needs to take your words and like. I'm hoping that something will click because he's still an.
Now,
easy
even his
kid.
mom seemed to get. I seem to get because the thing is, normally after these fights that I have with Jeffrey and his mom, I'm the one who feels bad because I've yelled at them, and I know his mom can't understand what I'm saying because of her cognitive function stack. Although she's continually surprising me with her openness.
Yes,
and,
she's very
and her
open.
interest in
She-
learning.
Yes, she finds you to be very smart, so she is open to what you're saying. It's just that it falls on what you're saying falls on deaf ears.
I mean, I can't predict her very well because every time I think, okay, I really crossed the line this time. I cannot tell my
It's
client,
just-
you need to go fuck yourself as hard as possible and expect them to call me back the next
Okay,
day.
all right,
but she
but-
does.
Okay, so let's go
Who am I
to
doing?
Shuffler's card.
Oh,
So
Shuffler's
who is-
card.
This is you.
Who
at-
is he?
Yes, who is Shuffler?
You pick who he is,
Okay.
okay? You pick who he is, and then I'll pick, you either pick the 3
Ooh.
cards and I'll interpret or vice versa.
You interpret. You're really
Okay.
great at that.
So this is who you are. You're trying to keep every various competing factor, interest, reasoning component, etc. in eternal balance. Boy, you gotta really be an epistemologist to try to do that. You gotta be some kind of epistemologist to want to do that. That sounds so boring. But good news. Even though it sounds boring to me,
Ooh.
It's your way.
You're the sun. You're the naked baby on a horse.
it's your way to shine. Now remember, when you're shining, unfortunately, it's also an indication that you're a terrible parent because you're letting your baby ride a horse in the middle of the day, naked with no saddle or helmet.
How old is Jeffrey?
Well, Jeffrey's, I mean, I don't know. He's like a adult
teen.
basically. You know, he's in high school.
So he's like
15, 16, something like that. I don't know.
something
At
like that.
that point, he's like that age.
Yeah.
You can basically treat him like an adult, but they're not really.
Yeah.
And you have to. There's certain things you have to remember when you deal with
He's
them.
got it.
But it's like I tend to forget that they're not an adult sometimes, and but it's, at that point, it's like so close to. Should I like? Is it okay to cuss around a 16-year-old? Well, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, I shouldn't talk about sex when Jeffrey's in the thing here. That's just ridiculous because, I mean, he'd be appalled at the notion that I'm trying to protect him from information or something.
You wouldn't like that. He's an ENTP.
Anyway, you know, when you are
Okay, so this is
when you are
shuffler.
shining via your making sure you got all the components in place, you can be pretty dynamic as long as they all stay in place.
Yeah, you go from being a naked baby to like a teen who wears armor.
But then once you've exhausted all of the dynamism that having gotten that dynamic bunch of meows settled into one thing, after all the juice in the system ceases to produce interesting change, kind of move on. And then you go back to finding some new things that factor them all in, keep them in perfect balance, get that system, that dynamic system all statically represented, and then you go, okay, now that system's mad. And now I'm going to, hey, look at this. Look at me. I made this system yet. And then you go like, isn't that cool? And people ask questions about it. And you're like, yeah, I got a system yet.
But we thought we already did. You.
And then it's like, and now it's boring. And now I'm going to go, yeah, another system.
Yeah, that's you at the core.
That's it.
Let's do one. I want to do one for you. Let's
For
pull some
me?
cards for you. Yeah. Who are you at the core? Who are you?
Oh, Tarot, please be kind to me. Don't tell me painful truth that I'm denying about myself. Let's find out. Who am I?
Wait, we did you, Boba Fett.
We'll do you again, Boba. That's fine.
Okay.
Good.
Oh!
Who am I?
You're me now.
I'm the guy who drops all the cards, obviously.
They're excited.
Yeah. I'm the guy who cannot hold tarot cards very well. In this instance, I can conclude
Just
that.
in this instance.
In this instance,
yes.
Not as a general rule, it would be too bold of a conclusion to draw from that limited amount of data.
Okay, so Boba Fett, you're next then, because Eric.
Well, first
Eric,
he's next.
I want you to be
Yeah,
next.
I'm next.
Yeah.
Because I'm holding the cards, and you want me to be next, and I want me to be next.
No, Lou.
And therefore, I'm next.
Yes, Eric is next. This is who he is at a. Oh my god, I love that you picked this card. Hell fucking yeah. That
Was
is
it-
you at the core. That is actually your
I actually
first
picked
card.
this card?
Yeah.
That's kind of
Fuck yeah.
that's kind of spooky, you know. It's like I do identify
make
as
this
this
shit
card
up.
more or less. I even forgot what I was picking about. Really,
That's you. That's you at
And
the
I pulled
core.
that shit out.
Hell
That's pretty
yeah.
crazy, huh?
Fuck yeah. Alright, continue. I want to
That
see.
is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is.
So
I'm
that's
happy
who I
that-
am. These are the things
Yes.
I have next.
This is.
There are 3 things I have. Well, I've got. In other words, I've achieved all the various things that I can refer to as like, no, don't tell me I'm a complete loser. I accomplished. You know how the Beatles had this like had this super fancy classical music song they played, like they to prove they had chops if needed.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I heard Paul McCartney talk about it one time.
Wow, that's really interesting. He could pull that off like nothing though. That's like that's totally.
Yeah, I gotta find that
yes.
interview and play it for you. It's interesting. Paul McCartney's, Rachel and I watched the John Lennon interview yesterday.
Yes.
I think he's an E ENTP.
I think he's an ENTP too because I love hearing him talk.
Okay, I also got this. Oh, chatty? Me? What? Am I chatty?
Queen of Swords.
You know, I know a lot of people say I'm chatty, but I self-identify as really a quiet person. I self-identify as the strong silent type, even though I'm both weak and noisy. But, identity works like that. I can decide what I want. Oh, apparently I also have this. Dynamic whatever.
Oh wow, that's like the third time that's come out today.
I would appear to be an extrovert.
You.
I'm guessing by this reading that I'm some kind of an extrovert.
Yes,
I
totally.
don't see a lot of internal calculi here, like where are the cups?
There's no cups. The cups is with the. You know about the cups, right? Cause
Oh
you're a
yeah,
magician.
I got them, but I
Yeah, but you don't. They're not.
like they're part of me. They're not something I have, right?
Yes.
They're part of me. They're on this thing here. Like there's one. There's a cup right there. They're part of me.
Yes, it's
They're
part
not
of you,
something
but
that
they're
I
not
have.
in the
They're
forefront.
not
No,
something that I
yeah.
have. But I
it's-
have are achievements. God damn it, my SI. And what I most importantly have is whatever I'm saying right now. And the fact that it doesn't matter what I'm saying, I'm going to say it with a lot of conviction.
Oh fuck yes, that's totally such a good read for you. I'm so happy with that. Okay, so who's next? Boba Fett. Boba Fett. We got a card. How many cards are we doing for Boba
Well,
Fett?
you the same thing?
Okay.
Also.
I thought we already.
Hey, we did them before,
Okay,
but here's the thing. As an NE Dom, I absolutely affirm Boba Fett's right
All
to
right.
to apply the pretend land law, which is if I don't like what I pretended before, it never happens.
All right, then I totally. I
This is
support that.
Boba
I
Fett's
support that. How
first
can I?
reading of
Because
the
I would be
day.
the same thing. I would want the same thing for
This
myself.
is your
so.
first reading of the day because
Okay.
you know how to operate according to the laws of pretend land.
You do.
Boba Fett, and I validate that. As well you should, since you live here almost
Moonface
continually.
next, okay. Moonface after Boba
But
Fett.
this is what you are now. This is even worse. And this is probably more accurate.
Oh, see?
But this is the downside of being the fool, right? Is you're very stressed and worried about shit all the time. You get a resounding and not going away, what do they call it? Dread that's vaguely or specifically defined depending on the circumstances. Because you're a fool, because you're in because you're in pretend town all the time. But that's just this is the price you pay to care about what matters, right? You've got to not care about what's important.
Mushrooms is totally healing. Like, I cannot believe what it's done for my legs. Like,
Oh yeah, I want you to talk about that for
Okay.
a bit. But let me finish Boba
yes,
Fett's
Boba
video.
Fett. We'll finish the cards and then we'll talk about my experience on mushrooms.
You're also restless, clever, Knight of Swords. You're good with your mind, you know. You
It's the
have
most
that.
active night.
So
actually.
to be somebody who's stressed and worried and feeling tied up, it's good to have this. It helps you to feel like you can untie yourself a little bit. But it also is bad to have that because it makes this feel even more oppressive. You know. So it's a mixed, what you call a mixed bag.
Yeah.
In other words, not all the same thing is in the bag, even though it's just one bag. That's the key thing on mixed bags. They should have put the two things in different bags. Anyway, the next thing you have is death.
Oh, transformation.
Death is great because that means you have the capacity to totally be reborn in a moment on one decision because while you are not empowered to take a lot of action, you are empowered instead intentionally to take action that has a lot of impact. But opportunities to do so are contingent. So Rachel took little action to have huge impact by just agreeing to give me a tarot reading when it was obvious I was trying to flirt with her. So that's all she had to do. But the other thing she had to do, but the one thing she actually did that was a critical component that made the whole thing happen is make me aware of the fact
Yes.
while not concurrently hitting me over the head
Yes.
with why she was making me aware of the fact that how old she was. Because
yeah,
I had
yeah.
already looked at her and concluded she was too young for me because she had to be under 30. And then when I typed her she made it clear to me that she was 34 without being awkward about it, without being like, hey, Eric, I know you're eliminating people under 30 and I'm actually 34, so I'd like to be... That would make me feel weird and awkward. And the way she did it, I didn't pick up on the fact that she was probably trying to let me know that for that reason until later. That's how I want that to happen, right? I like to be able to intuit what you meant, but not have to deal with the FE of it right now.
Oh my gosh, I totally have. That's an SI memory for me. I remember so clearly, like you just saying, you're like who, something along the lines of like, is there anyone out there who would date me? Like, am I not dateable? And I like rushed over to my phone and I was like, I would date you. Like,
But you didn't tell me that. That's the great thing.
No.
All right. You didn't tell me that. You instead understood me, and it's like you always understood me. You've understood how it's, no matter how right you are, certain things you should tell me that you're the truth, and certain things I'm never going to listen to you until I experience it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell the difference, so you don't bother arguing with me about shit that I'm not going to agree with you about, even though you're right, because I have to experience some SI.
Right.
That kind of intuition is absolutely necessary in dealing with me. And
It is.
It's something that's so brilliant and subtle that INFJs aren't going to get. It's not going to get noticed by anybody other than ENTPs. So if you're an INFJ and you want a good partner, nobody's intuitive enough to get you except ENTPs.
It's so true. I've never experienced anything like this. I want to say also, I think ENTPs are incredibly rare. I am starting to think that maybe like Jen isn't an ENTP. I don't know.
I was surprised by her the way she talked with me a little bit. She was.
Yeah.
Like, she was way too open to my advice.
Yeah.
That was my. I mean, look, the thing is, I don't know what type she is at all.
I don't know either.
But I would say that was the one thing that struck me as inconsistent with ENTP is that she seemed to recognize that I had an expertise that she didn't have.
Yes, she was very taken aback by what
Jake Forrest would never be like that.
No.
Jake Forrest would be like, why are you telling me this stuff?
Yeah, she would
If
never
either of us is going to figure out how to do this best, it's going to be me. Probably be Ty. But why aren't you doing your own shit? I'm busy over here. I'm Jake Forrest solving my own fucking thing. And I don't need your stupid advice.
I think she's an ESTP. Honestly, I think that Jen is an ESTP. Or maybe ISTP. She could possibly...
I don't know what she is.
I don't know either. Anyway, this
I don't have
last card...
We haven't finished Boba Fett yet.
Boba Fett.
But you know what? In Pretend Town, time doesn't matter.
No.
Right? It's all turn-based. We got to your turn. Now is your turn. And whatever happened in between your turns doesn't matter. That doesn't count for anything. So, look, the other thing you have is you have the ability to transition between things. So, like, you know what? I release you. You are dead to me. Whatever it is. That's not a person necessarily or whatever. It's like a concept, self-concept or whatever. And you can transition into a different self-concept. In other words, you have control over the frames, but you can't ever stop really dreading the fact that having control over all the frames necessitates that you're neglecting important things all the time. So, it's kind of depressing. But it's just like every INFJ in the world, really.
Well...
Until you have to have the right circumstances. You have to be. It's every INFJ in the world who's not found their way to the There's only 4 rooms in the Pretend Land Hotel that have all of the services.
it's just like
Most of the rooms, they only have some of the services, and then they also have some like bad services they give you, like you know, like yes, you get to make up whatever drink you want, but a make-believe concierge comes and kicks you in the balls. So it's like, you don't want to stay in that room.
You wonder what's
There's
wrong
only
with
a couple
you.
of rooms. That's the problem with INFJs and ENTPs. We're very specialized environmental conditions we need to thrive.
Yes.
You know, we're like the dodo bird.
We are like the dodo bird.
We're fine as long as we live on an island with abundant nuts. Just all we gotta do is look down and there's the nuts to eat, and there's nothing that chases us. And we can just wander around and, hey Dodo, what's going on? But as soon as anything with any importance skills gets introduced on the island, we are toast. I mean, put a hungry sailor on the island,
Done.
the whole population is gone because we don't have any actual importance skills. We're busy caring about what matters, which is we're thinking about stuff,
types,
right?
We're mapping types, right?
Well, sure, because look, we only have to spend a little bit of our time actually getting those nuts because they're all over the place. And we just have to lean down and just pick one up. Right? So most of the time, what we're doing is we're hanging out with each other,
Oh my god.
and we're discussing why it is that nuts exist,
True.
and that's very much more matters than these other things, but it's not very important. So when the hungry sailors get off,
We're done for.
and I go explain to them, hey, how can you be shooting us when you don't even know why nuts
Oh my
exist?
gosh, it's so true.
It's a poor
Oh my
defense.
gosh.
It's a poor defense against their bullets, frankly.
Okay, so we
Did I
have
finish?
one more
Did we
reading
finish it?
for
Oh, we finished it.
Moonfae.
Oh,
So
Moonfae.
yeah, so Lou.
Lou, why do you keep changing your name, Lou? Be Lou. Stop being all these different things that confuse me. This is who you are. Ooh. Nobody knows the struggle I have. Nobody knows the struggle I live. Every single day of my life. Struggles who I am. You're Miss Captain Struggle, okay? So, you know, basically it means she doesn't come easy to you, but it also means you're good at struggling, which is, if you're going to have to struggle, it's much better to be good at it than bad at it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're hey, we got some struggles over here. Well, call Lou. She's a struggler. she'll know how to do this. And here's why we call Lou. Because what you have, as a result of being a struggler, is victory. Well, another thing you have. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a struggler, but because strugglers come with victory, but they also come with tough decisions. Nobody wants tough decisions. I want all my decisions to be easy and straightforward and obvious and not really have any
without a
decisions
blindfold.
to make, ideally. And you also have this.
Aw.
You also have the close, loving relationship of marriage and family. That's like you and me and Rachel.
Yeah.
You have this.
We're family.
Like, there's not many people that I say, in fact, I can hardly think of a single person ever that I say to Rachel, can you call this person? I want to talk to her.
Never.
I did that about you.
You, because
And that is, I mean, has that ever happened before, Rachel?
No.
I don't think it ever has.
There's never been a time before, Lou, that
That said, I want
you were
this
like,
person's
I need
input.
To, yeah.
I always know best, right? So that's pretty impressive there.
Yeah. That is. Okay, I think we're done with the cards.
Yeah, do these cards.
I want to talk about how mushrooms are, like,
Oh yeah, talk about the physical thing, because we were told definitely don't do mushrooms with Prozac because it's bad.
Oh, I didn't take that, but yes, that is.
I mean,
that was
you
the
didn't take it today,
that's the takeaway. I my legs have never felt so much better. Like, right after taking mushrooms and just a microdose, like I took a stem.
That was not a microdose last time.
Oh, okay. It was
That
a
was
small dose.
Small dose, but not
It was
microdose.
it wasn't a microdose, but it was a small dose of mushrooms. And like I was like, holy shit! Like the tingling sensation that I was having in my legs, like, went away, and it's just like a miracle worker. Honestly, the mushrooms, I was tripping balls. Oh my god, I don't know if what I did was good for me. I was like, I felt so tired. Like,
Yeah, you got the tires.
so tired, and every time I'd close my eyes though, I'd be tripping. So like I psychedelic stuff. So like I was seeing like pinwheels and like melting colors, and I was tripping. But it's so worth it. Like I cannot explain like the mental side of it too. Like you just feel lighter. It's like mushrooms hits your brain in a different spot than other drugs do. And for me, it's just been a positive experience. Like, yes, like I was feeling like it's not like fun throwing up, but it's totally worth it. So for me, it's been like really good experience, and I'm glad that like I did that then with you. And
The thing is, like, you probably took 4 times as much as you took last time this time.
yes.
I took about twice as much as I took last time this time. I took a trial dose last time for me, which was like, okay, even if these are as strong as advertised, I'm not going to trip particularly hard on this amount. And I don't care how strong these mushrooms are, this cap and this stem and this whatever is not going to make me trip too hard. But I had you take, like, basically the minimum amount that's guaranteed to make you trip.
It definitely did.
last
Oh
time.
yeah.
Last
Oh
time,
yeah.
right?
I mean, but I was so tired at the same time. It was funny. Like I was like,
But we had sex on it too, which is really strange.
Mhm.
It's like I don't want to have sex on psychedelics usually.
Yeah. It was.
But it was a lot. It was great. It was a bonding. It was like an FI thing.
It is
kind
an
of,
FI
yeah.
thing. Yes.
I guess that's
oh my
why-
gosh, it's so funny because that you say that because all I wanted to do, like while I was laying down inside, was just tell you how much I love you. Like.
Oh, this explains why we had sex, and I normally don't like to have sex, or the sex seems contradictory to psychedelics to me, is because I actually love you. See, that makes a difference somehow. Even though
really
you think
does.
even though you think it shouldn't make any difference, but it does.
It does.
It does matter how
we know
you feel.
now. Yeah. Oh man.
It makes a big difference.
It
Like,
does.
I never realized before, it's not, like, there's something beyond just not actively disliking your partner a lot, right? It's just, which was like, hey, I scored. I don't actively dislike my partner a lot.
Oh my gosh, it's love. It's not even like actively just like, oh man, it's so different. And this is like, it's a shame that my family can't be open to the fact that like, I've actually met someone who loves me. Like,
I feel you, Dark Sunshine. That's my norm too, right? It's like, it's not even that I can't get it, but I was like, why am I bothering with this stupid ass shit when there's things that matter, right? Sex is important, but it doesn't matter. But in that instance, it was like, I don't know, I guess because I love her or something, I wanted to have sex even though it It doesn't matter.
I mean, it was very FI. It was very FI.
Yeah, I love the shit. I've never loved anybody like this before. Like,
No, me neither.
like I've always said all the right words. You know, I've never not said all the right words about the other person. But I love you so much. We're all gonna be, But that was because I didn't realize that when people say those things, it's not in order to make the correct arguments. It's because they're expressing something that they feel. Of course, it's very easy to say all the right things in a relationship,
of
right?
course.
And if you don't say all the right things, you definitely are subject to certain kinds of arguments. So I never let myself get subject to those kind of arguments. But I was always confused when, like, Candace would say, "Did you miss me?" And she'd indicate to me, and I don't think I really ever believed her, but she'd give me that she did miss me, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And I'd say, "Did I miss you?" No. Why would I miss you? I'm busy doing things. You know? If I had time to miss you, then that would mean I'd just be sitting around, I guess, doing nothing or something.
That's where in ESFJ though, like, they stay in this like it's almost like they don't grow past like being a teen.
Yes, Ruben, that's the rule.
What?
Mushrooms are a test. Mushrooms are like...
Yo, that's so true.
Mushrooms are like a test from a fantasy novel. I only get to fuck you if my love is true.
Yes. Mushrooms,
Isn't that wonderful?
if you do mushrooms and you're still together, that's a big...
All girls who want to stay pure, that insist their male potentiality, take mushrooms first before they are willing to potentially, maybe, offer up their womanhood to this individual. Because that's the test, you know.
That is, it is.
You don't really love me. You can't even get a boner right now. Even though I'm naked.
No, oh my God.
Because mushrooms won't let you. And thank you, mushrooms, for not letting this guy get his lies around me. Mushrooms tells the truth to me more than you do, Mr. Man. And then she can send him away. So you are not the courtier for me. Like that.
Yeah.
Mushrooms has told me so.
Oh.
Imagine wanting to fuck somebody. See, there's one key component here, Dark Sunshine, that you're missing out on. So you know this chick who you don't like, but she's hot, and you want to fuck her. And you have mushrooms. And you know the only way you're really going to have access to her, she wants mushrooms. And because, you know, I don't have enough to sell, but I'll do them with you. I got enough for us both to do them.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, okay, here's my chance. I don't like this chick, but I'm going to give her some mushrooms, I'm going to fuck her, and it'll be great.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you will not, mister.
It's a true serum for sure.
Mushrooms are not going to let you do that. You can't use mushrooms like that.
No, they use you.
Mushrooms
Oh
are
my gosh,
a much tougher guy than that.
I was tired and tripping at the same time. It was like the weirdest feeling, but all I wanted, like, I knew you weren't reading the screen, but all I wanted to do was just tell you how much I love you. Like,
Despite this is despite the fact that even as we're sitting here, right, it's like I keep interrupting her, I keep like taking over her shit and stuff, and I mean it's just too much Eric for anybody to possibly deal with, and yet she still wants more Eric, which is just crazy, and she seems to genuinely like me instead of just like. You know, I don't feel I don't feel endured. I feel appreciated or something.
Good.
Which
I do
isn't necessary. I don't need to feel appreciated. Endured is okay. I can get by with that. But this is way better if you're measuring it on subjective grounds.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Oh my
it's a
god.
lot better on subjective grounds.
Yo, like. I mean, I can't even explain, like.
It's because you're not
being
explaining it in
people.
song form.
This is so wrong. Oh, and you try to make it work, and like you almost like gaslight yourself, like Lou was saying. Like you tell yourself, no, it can't possibly be the other person. They must be right in some way in order for them to be telling you this. Like, trying to correct you, but how can you try and there's no mold. You are who you are. Like, you can't try to mold yourself into like being something. Ugh, God, it's just so.
What Rachel's talking about is trying to apply a universal understanding to a particular situation.
Yep.
Because, after all, isn't it always somewhat both parties' fault?
Oh, yes.
That's what they say. And after all, relationships takes lots of work.
Mhm.
That's what they say. Universally, that you should be ready to compromise
Yes.
with your mate and put some work in.
And
It's not great. Relationships require constant effort. That's the universal truth. If you want to be a good relationship partner, you gotta put up with a lot of suck. Except all of those universalities are bullshit. And they don't apply in your particular situation, because it is in fact the truth that you're entirely right and the other person's totally a fucking asshole. Mm-hmm.
It is so true. Like, how
you
could
know?
they be fucking right trying to make you change so that they could love you more? Like, what? It's so weird in my mind.
They're just being fucked up.
They just.
Look.
I mean, like, and there are plenty of relationships that are like that, that they thrive off of the challenge of. It's just that I don't.
It's perfectly okay to be with somebody who cares a lot about what's important.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't not acknowledge that what's important doesn't matter.
Yep.
And that what matters is ultimately way more important than what's important.
Oh, yeah.
And that their importance is important because we're attending to what matters. And if you don't respect the order of framings, what matter comes before what's shaming, then you'll make mistakes that are lame and make us confused. After all, the question of what matters comes before what's important in tatters. Doesn't matter whether it's important or not. For example, if you're dead. Yeah, it's super important if you've got a broken leg. Provided you're alive, it's super important that you got a broken head. We should do something, get you in the car and drive you to the hospital for sure, my friend. Then somebody who understands what matters points out. That's Grandpa, we have to dig him out of the ground. And yes, these facts that you found are very important. It's true. I see multiple fractures in his bones, don't you? We better do something, for Christ's sakes. It's important. Yes, it is important indeed. Provided you don't see what matters overall. Maybe you're talking about your dead grandpa. His broken bones don't bother, 'cause he's just a bunch of dead worm fodder. And that's why I'll respect your important stuff. I get that I can't do that kind of important stuff, provided you listen to me about what fucking matters.
That was some good music right there.
It really conveys everything the universe needs to know about things. It really does. It's like, look, I agree with you. You're way better at dealing with that broken bone. You're way better at making sure he gets to the hospital on time. You're way better at caring like he gets fixed and stuff. But check with me first, because you're probably missing something hugely important that matters that makes everything you're doing stupid.
Well, don't
Namely
they,
that the person's dead.
don't they say better check yourself before you wreck yourself?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I never wreck myself because all I do is check myself.
Yeah, I know. That was your job.
Right. That's the key thing. If you want to be right, you can't do things or want things or care about things.
Well, that's why you're an ENTP.
Yeah.
Since you're apart from
Yeah.
all those other.
It's like I wish people who say they're ENTPs would say instead, I can't do anything. I don't care what happens. I don't know what I want. I'm a complete fuck up. Why don't they just say that? Then I believe them, maybe, you know? That's an ENTP, right? I can't get out of pretend town. I'm totally a child at 51 years old. I'd be dead if it weren't for my daddy taking care of me. Then I believe you're an ENTP, right? But people want to be creative and genius, whatever. Fuck that. I mean, yes, you get that, but don't tell me about the good things you get. If you want to convince me with like type description shit, describe the awful shit.
Honestly, I think the best ENTP character there is out there is Louise from Bob's Burgers. That's like a good.
That's the best healthy one.
Yeah, it's the best healthy one.
The most
Like,
accurate one is Rick.
Yeah.
He's more accurate but less healthy.
But he doesn't. Yeah, but like his like gadgets and shit. It's like they can't just let him be an ENTP without the gadgets.
Well, I never put in the gadget for the show. But it's true that we're kind of gadgety, but it's just that it doesn't work really very well.
Yeah.
I came up with the idea of doing a double hose
Oh yeah.
water change thing, right? So instead of buckets of water or whatever I was doing before, I open the window. There's one hose that suction water out, while the other hose is concurrently putting fresh water in. I balance them out, so I just sit here and let it change water for 30 minutes or whatever, you know. And that one worked. That one worked, right? But most of the time it's like a hot air balloon thing. Because it's like, yes, I know I could Google it, obviously, right? Yes, I could Google it and find out how much weight, how many balloons will lift, you know?
Well, fun isn't that?
That's not
It takes
fun.
the fun out of it. Who wants to be told? That's like.
I want to make it my own thing. I don't want to follow instructions.
Like, let the buttfuckery happen. If it happens, then we discover it on our own.
Right, and the problem with following instructions is this. Once you decide to start following instructions, let's say you've got 5 instructions to follow.
God.
Let's just say you got 5 instructions to
Okay.
follow, okay? It means for the duration of following those 5 instructions, whatever might happen has already been decided. It's already been decided and there's no going back from it.
And then, like, what happens if, like, the exact opposite happens of what was predicted to happen? Like, it could be that what you're saying, like...
Well, yeah, you'd Google it, but and the thing is, I've got this great example.
What fun is
It's so
that?
exciting though, but Rachel, this is the thing. It's fun for you to do it my way because you don't have to worry about anything, right?
Yeah.
But think about that INFJ. There's an INFJ on Alone season 2. I shit you
That
not.
is so key. That's like the golden goose, like, dropped on you. Like the golden egg, you
and
know?
you can see
It's
exactly
terrible.
how.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He reminds me of myself so much, and I, like, feel for him.
But you can also see how clearly INFJs use research to get around figuring out anything.
Yeah. He Googled that he needed to have a net, too. Like,
He says, I need a gill net, so I got this. I went smart and I got a commercially made one. Okay, well, what difference that makes, I don't know. But, it's like he clearly researched what he needed and decided, I'm not going to fuck around. I'm going to research these reviews. And he got a gill net that got good reviews and everything. The problem was, it's a great gill net, except the fish where he is are bigger than fish most places. So the gill net he got is for most places, right? And the reviews are probably shining. Because it works great if your fish aren't fucking gigantic salmon, right? But the thing is, this INFJ, he doesn't TE, but he's still in eyes. He says, these holes are too small in this gill net, right?
and the reason, and like,
That must be why he's not catching fish. Perfectly good. In-eye observation. Doesn't require any TE. He's not figuring anything out, but somebody might say, hey, that's good TE. Except, no, it's not good TE, because if it had been good TE, he would have made the holes bigger. Instead, he had found some rope on the beach and said, oh, okay, well, the holes are too small in this net, so I need to make a second net with bigger holes. Shit you not. Shit you not.
he is great for this show. He really is. It's a show, an INFJ in the wilderness.
It's amazing to see because he understands everything, and the total lack of concrete sensing and TE is just like he realized that, he's thirsty. He does everything right. He gets the pot of water.
Oh,
He takes
I felt that.
and he's got his
Feel
fire
that.
going and everything.
Oh my
and he's thirsty.
god.
And
Oh.
I didn't say it at the moment, but I watched him put that pot down on the fire. I was like, why are you putting it right there? I mean,
There's like
you don't just,
literally
look,
a
when you try to
cliff.
boil water, you don't just have a fire and just stick it in the middle of the fire or something. You have
But
a
that's
little
what
thing over
an
it or something,
INFJ
or some
would
rocks or
do.
something
That's
to make
what
it,
an INFJ not knowing, like,
So he put it like on the
edge of a cliff.
Like, in the fire, like kind of tilted like this, just like shoved it there, And then,
I can't even.
and then of course when he comes back to mess with it a little bit, it's not sitting evenly. He knocks the thing over, but this is precious water that he's pouring, right? Then he grabs the burning hot handle of the fucking thing. It's like, oh my god, T, poor baby.
This is like, that's real life. That's like in the wild. INFJ would not make it.
I do not have good to eat. But even when he put that thing on the fire like that, I was like,
See,
what are you doing?
I cringe because I would do that.
I mean, you couldn't figure
Oh
out how to
my
turn on the
God.
stove the other night.
Yeah, I can't even.
And you've used it hundreds of
fucking
times. You've used it
fire.
tons of
And I
times
didn't
before.
understand that it was fucking my left from my right. I
No,
couldn't
the problem
do
is
it.
this. This is the problem, Rachel.
Oh,
This is the
God.
problem is why you have trouble with it. When you turn on the
Oh
stove,
my
right?
God.
You turn it to the left, and it goes click, 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 click to start, right? And then once it starts, what's the natural thing to do? If you have to turn something, wait for it to happen, and then it happens, what's the natural thing to do? Turn it back off then. Okay. I had to turn this thing to make this happen. This has happened now. I can turn this back. But with the stove, I turn it this way, it makes the fire come on, but if I turn it back, it goes off again,
I'm
right?
just glad that it got.
Because the mechanism of the sparker is not the same thing as the thing. It's like when the mechanism of the sparker goes away anywhere it's not right there, right? This is like the sparker spot. If you go this way or this way, the sparker turns off. So Rachel's going to consistently turn it. She gets it to go on, and then she successfully gets the sparker to go off.
Yeah.
But it also
It's
makes the
not
fire go off.
igniting.
right?
Yeah, it's not igniting.
And so what you have to do to make it stay on is you have to ignite it here and then keep going this way, which is not intuitive how things work, right? In order for that to be intuitively how something works, you'd have to have intuition with TE, not with FE.
That's why I would like to meet 9TJ, because they're so different. Like, they would not make... I don't know, would they make that mistake? They probably wouldn't make that mistake.
Who?
INTJ.
Which mistake?
Because they have TE.
Well, which mistake? I forgot what we were talking about. What
Oh,
was
the
it?
stove mistake. I don't
the
think
stove.
that they would, because they have the TE.
No, they
but-
wouldn't make that mistake.
Yeah.
They might make it once. They might make it once,
They would.
but then they'll immediately
They'll
figure out.
Correct themselves.
Well, because as soon as something doesn't align with their expectations, then they go into figure it out mode.
Oh shit.
As soon as something doesn't align with your expectations, you go into one of two modes: try random shit,
Yes.
or ask Eric.
Yes. Yeah.
And because you don't like to burden me, it's mostly try random shit.
Yeah.
And so at some point, I might discover, as I did the other night, that Rachel didn't know that she didn't make it possible for a long time now.
God,
But
yeah.
I had no idea she was doing it like this.
Mhm.
The thing is, the pot has one of those things that goes inside of it just for pasta that makes it really easy, because then you just pull that out and shake it and pour it into the bowl. You don't have a separate strainer. She didn't know what that thing was, so
No.
she kept taking it out, filling the whole thing with water, putting the pasta in there,
Doing it the dangerous way.
then
'cause
getting
then
a
it's so-
colander of some sort, straining it like
I
that.
was using it as a strainer. Yeah. I mean, it is a strainer, but it.
So wait, hold on. I didn't even know this part. I didn't get this part.
Yes, so I would
This
take the
extra
pot.
hilariously awesome. You took that
Yes.
out and then used it as a strainer afterwards.
Yes.
How deep polar is that? It's like you realize it's useful as a strainer.
God, once I.
It starts off inside the pot. You have to take it out of the pot.
I did.
You have to take it out of the pot in order to implement this plan of yours
God.
in the first place.
And I was
You
like,
know it's a
oh
strainer.
my God. And I'm like pouring it through, and I'm like, oh, the steam is so hot, I have to be so careful. And
the
like,
thing is, if I had gone in and seen you at any point doing this, we could have prevented this many instances of this occurring. But it wasn't until the other night that, normally Rachel and I both treat cooking as the same sort of things. One of us will be responsible for it. Neither of us really want to do it. So
yeah, so.
Rachel's super nice and says, "Let me make you something if I'm busy working and shit." If I'm not busy, I try to remember that she's made things for me multiple times in a row now, so I should make something, like that kind of stuff. But Well, we normally don't cook together. Is the point? One of us will do the shitty job of going to real town and getting real
yeah,
things
we
like
really
food
don't like doing that.
and shoving them down our
That's
throats.
so not our thing.
But but this particular occasion, we went in together to the kitchen to do it because Rachel didn't seem like she really wanted to, so I was like, well, let's go do it together. Maybe then she'll want to do it more or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I probably.
you didn't look like you were against it. You just looked like anybody would look when asked to go to Real Town, which is, I gotta go to Real Town. It's like when I'm live streaming and I gotta work. Like,
Do we have anything
I'm supposed
on
to
the
work
schedule
with.
today?
I'm supposed to work with.
Shit!
Here's the crazy ass shit. You want to hear some crazy ass shit? This is crazy. Kevin's mom called me and says, "Can you work with Chloe on Sunday?" I say, "No, I probably shouldn't work with Chloe on Sunday."
Yeah.
Well, why not? Well, because we're taking mushrooms on Sunday. We're going to take like their big dose on Sunday. And she's like, well, but can you work with her though? Like, I'm going to be on, you know what mushrooms are, right? They're like a psychedelic drug. A lot of people consider them like a hard drug. They make you trip out. Yet she knew what they were. Okay, well, what about in the evening then?
It's like, no fucking way. I don't want to be.
I just told you that I'm going to be tripping on psychedelics, and you are frustrated that even though I'll be tripping on psychedelics, I won't concurrently work with your 6th grade daughter.
It didn't translate. It just
It's
doesn't.
so weird, right?
It doesn't translate.
She doesn't want to get no for an answer. It doesn't matter what my reason
No,
is.
it's
Okay,
true.
I'm sorry. I'll be busy committing genocide over here. But sure, you can still work with my 6th grade daughter. Hold on. Would you still want me to work with your 6th grade daughter? I mean, as a matter of fact, as I was telling Rachel yesterday, she's right. You know, it doesn't make any difference. I could teach her just fine. It's like, it doesn't matter how hard I'm tripping. I can shift gears, you know?
I have to shift gears too.
I mean,
I'm glad that we
it
talked
takes
about
some
this.
experience about psychedelics to be able to do that, but if I had to, like, work with Chloe for an hour, I would act normal during that hour, no matter how hard I was tripping. I mean, I guess I could conceivably be tripping so hard that I couldn't do it. That's possible, but as long as I'm into the flow of the trip a bit, it's not like it. Like, I couldn't do it right after smoking a shit ton of DMT, for example. It takes me a good 5 minutes, 10 minutes to regain functionality after that. But I can certainly teach out mushrooms, no problem. Now, granted, I don't eat a whole shit ton of them either. Like, I would guess, we got 2/8 ribs on here. I probably had about 3/4 of an eighth today. I would guess. Because together, she and I split probably 1/2 an eighth last time. Because they're supposed to be super strong, high quality mushrooms, which they are good. I mean, they're great mushrooms. They're fine. They're mushrooms. You know, it's like, it's not really quality, it's just a matter of how many you have to eat. You know? It's like, if you get weak mushrooms, you have to eat a shit ton of them, but it's the same thing. It's just eat more of them. I got some shitty mushrooms one time. I had to eat like a whole fucking 2/8 of them to get the trip. But they did. If you did eat 2/8, it was the same thing, you know. It's not like, ooh, this is a special mushroom experience. It's exactly the same as every other mushroom experience. The only reason they're elite mushrooms is because you have to eat fewer of them. Which is a benefit. Because they do taste gross. And you know what? Hooray for fucking me. My jinx worked. Rachel, I didn't puke.
What?
My jinx worked. Remember how I was jinxing away the puking?
Yeah.
I keep talking
Oh
about
my
how it was
god!
gonna happen.
Oh my god!
And it
you
never
didn't
happened as a
puke.
consequence.
You did a good job jinxing it.
Remember, when I say
I
I'm gonna
jinxed
do
myself.
something,
Oh.
but when I say I'm gonna do something, the likelihood of me doing it goes down.
It fucking does.
So when I kept saying I'm gonna puke, I was making sure that after I say it enough times, then it's definitely not gonna happen.
Man. I felt so much better after I did, though. Like, I was trying to fight it, I think, at one point, and I felt a lot better after.
You like shiitakes, Jake? See, I don't like mushrooms in general. I really dislike mushrooms. I don't want mushroom soup. Mushroom soup is the least awful mushroom kind of thing, maybe, or maybe mushroom pizza. But regardless, why are you using those things? Is what I always think about mushrooms. Those things are gross. Like,
I mean, they are disgusting. The taste is so bad. And I think that's why I threw up, because it was just so, like, gross. But damn the trip. I mean, like,
you threw up because that's what mushrooms make you do.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Or at least gag.
Mhm.
But you also
Now I know.
you ate a lot more this time last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird being tired at the same time as not. I was so glad that you're still streaming.
Well, you took an Adderall, right?
Did
You
I?
did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So that's why you
Oh,
probably.
so, oh.
That also contributed to you being sleepy, maybe. It's I don't know. It makes you be.
I did have the sleep. I was sleep core. Yeah.
Sleep core is rad though if you're awake.
I was laughing up a storm at all your NE. I was like, this is such a good example of NE. Like, you were NEing out. It was great.
Yeah, I mean. It is true that I was going to make my FE go out the window. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not including you guys in this conversation.
You weren't
at all,
listening to
you
the
know?
chat at all. Yeah. The chat was having that. It was cool, though.
How long have we
I
been
was
streaming for? 4 hours?
dying. When you were describing the boring jobs, I was laughing so hard. Oh my gosh.
I love her so much because she's an honest enthusiast of my good work.
Mhm. I really am.
But doesn't say anything about my not good work. Which is all the information I need, right? I don't need her to tell me it's shitty.
Yeah. Why would
I probably
do
already suspect it is. But it's great to be able to confirm just by hearing nothing. I don't have to listen to you tell me these unpleasant things. You told me this by not saying anything. And, you know, like, for example, I might make a bunch of minis shorts and then set them up in tabs sometimes so that when Rachel gets up in the morning, she can see the progression of them in the
Yeah.
proper order, because
Yes.
YouTube puts everything backwards, right?
Mhm.
But anyway, I don't know which ones are good until I watch it with Rachel. And then even before she gives me any cues, before I even start it, because she's sitting here with me, all of a sudden I know, oh, this is a shitty one. And then if I'm still uncertain for some reason, all I can do is play through them. The ones she laughs at are good, and the ones she doesn't laugh at are shitty.
That's
Because
funny.
she doesn't lie, so she's able to be genuinely enthusiastic about me, and forgive me the fact that I'm hit and miss, because to be enthusiastic about me means to easily forget my misses. you know.
I do.
And
Seriously, I mean, it's like, why hang on to that? That's not my style anyway.
Right. Well, we're on the same page intentionally in the sense that I want more than I want you to like my work. I want my work to be good, and what I want my partner to be is able to distinguish between my good work and my shitty work.
I definitely can do that.
And that's what Rachel provides me, right? She does like my work, which turns out to be super important to me. And, although I didn't used to think it was, but it turned out to be super important. But she only likes it if it's good, which is what matters, because even though I want her to like my work in general, I don't want her to like it if it's not good. Because that's what matters, right? She and I are both on the same page about what matters. And so it allows her apparent genuine enthusiasm for me to be genuine, because it's not categorical. It's conditional on me continuing to be cool and do things well. And that's how it has to be, or else then you're just confusing me. Right? So in other words, only INFJ can both love me and help me understand better without confusing me. Because most people who are going to try to love me are going to try to affirm everything. But they should only affirm those things that should be affirmed. And on the other hand, if they're too much like me, then they'll negate the things that ought to be negated. You don't need to negate those explicitly to me, and I don't like that. So I'll get the message subtly, much better. And so that's why she and I are perfect, right? It's like, it is important to me that she love me, and it is important to me that she love my work. And what matters, though, is that she only love it if it's great, she likes it if it's less than great, and she doesn't like it if it's bad, right? So it's a tough order to fill. The job description that Rachel successfully filled every fucking thing on was, there's not a single person in the world who could possibly fit that job description. It didn't exist. But she did. Because why? Because somehow, when I went to New York,
yes,
in my 7th grade year, when that plane landed, I don't know if it was what you might call pre-creator slab work, which is to say, sometimes there's a ghost in the machine. Normally, it's me moving the slabs if the slabs are moving. Sometimes it's the Holy Spirit moving the slabs. And, I mean, he's ultimately in charge of the slabs.
Yeah.
He can only move the slabs this much, depending on how he set it up so you can move them, right?
Right.
So it's like he's in charge of the whole set. But sometimes there's a secret other person who moves them within that setup.
I've been
Okay?
looking
Sometimes
for
there's a secret, ghosty, invisible person who moves things within that setup that's not God and it's not me. I'm not quite sure who that is.
I'd say spirit. Let's do it. Let's say it's the spirit. The spirit was saying, you touched down in New York.
Well, his name is Pre-Creator, actually.
Pre-creator.
But Corey named him already. Corey named him a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The point is, that guy, he's not God, and he's not the Holy Spirit, anything like that, and he's not me. He's the thing that happens, you know, when I'm doing slab work, and I go into this room over here, I'm like, I did not leave these slabs like this. There's nobody else here. And these slabs, what is it? Actually, it's not a mess, actually. Huh. Maybe I should have left the slabs like that, but I definitely didn't. Who is this guy? Who is this guy walking around giving me hints or whatever? You know, like, give me a little secret.
They do.
Like doing things in the night when I'm not looking.
Like Easter eggs. Yeah.
His name's Pre-Creator.
So the pre-creator.
It happens pre-creation, whatever.
Basically, you touched down in New York, and my dad splooged in my mom.
Right, but between that, Pre-creator got off the plane first before it even landed because it's his style.
That's right.
And it went into your house back there, wherever they were.
He was Yonkers.
Yonkers, right. And what he did is he made your dad think that your dad had a good idea about how to get some action right now.
He gets the gameplay. I get it.
That's how Pre-Creator works, right? Pre-Creator will put a couple of... Some people are slower to pick up on it than others, but like, you know, eventually if you hit somebody in the head with it enough, they'll see all these various things and go, I've got a great idea. I could use this, this, and this, and this to meow. And then it's their idea, right?
Yeah.
But Pre-Creator, it depends how stupid you are as to how hard they have to work.
I like
Being
that.
anti-polar, he kind of has to work hard on me, but I mean, I'm anti-polar, anti-ignoring, but and your dad's also anti-ignoring. So maybe he worked on your mom's anti-polar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got it wrong. Pre-Creator obviously went for the easiest victim because Pre-Creator, he's not about the path of least resistance. It's whatever his approach was, it happened before it was created. So you can't really talk about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, he
I-
would attack your mom's NI-polar because he's an NI guy, right?
Pre-Creator, yes.
Yeah, he's very, very
totally.
NI. Your mom
yeah.
had no chance against Pre-Creator.
Nope.
So your mom was convinced that she really wanted to fuck your dad.
Yep.
But it was really all Pre-Creator too.
And they were activity partners in socionics, so that makes sense.
And it was important that it fucked right then because due to the rules of NI, and that's why he had to get a plane first, right? If your dad didn't splooge right as the wheel touched down,
Mm-hmm.
you would have come out either for somebody else or maybe a dude. One of those two.
I like to say when your foot touched ground, when you
I mean,
more
but
than the plane.
here's the thing: my identity though
Oh.
landed in New York.
It
with the
did.
plane.
You're right.
And the
You're right.
physicality
I don't
is-
mean to.
We just aren't those physical kind of types.
That's true,
We're
we're not.
limited by those kind of
Sorry,
physical
I
rules,
don't
okay?
mean to. I don't mean to tell you your business. That's,
As you and I both know, since we've been together, we've both learned to have our identities exist in locations where we aren't.
yeah. And guess who's not believing in astrology again? Me.
Well, that's because
Even
your
though-
identity's in Albuquerque while you're here. Your identity in Albuquerque is believing in astrology.
Oh my gosh.
But that's the beautiful thing about sending our identity to other places is it frees us up to not have to worry about this shit. So
That's nice.
while our identities care about things, we can play.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna.
You want to get whippets?
Yeah.
Let's get whippets.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That sounds like a great idea.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
You and I are on the same page. High five.
We've been the whole day. has
We're always
been-
on the same page. It doesn't take
It's
much for
true,
us to be on the same page.
We did. We are mostly on the same page. Like,
Sometimes I'm distracted. I can get very distracted and thwacked out and working on stuff and not paying much attention to it.
that's true, but I don't hold it against you. Like,
One of us has to do
what does that
something
do?
to it.
Honestly, it doesn't do shit, and I can indulge in my stuff. You know.
Right. And the
I
thing
don't.
is, it's
I'm
like-
still searching for something though to watch that doesn't like trigger me. Like, 90 Day Fiancé is just like too much FI, I think, for me. Like, I want to know. Like, I want to know that their marriages are like genuine. So it's like very hard for me to like just go into another season and be like, oh, new groups of people. Like,
I got the mushroom yawns. The mushroom yawns are from serotonin, you know. So you don't like that show because it's the same people, or were you saying it's new people?
No, it's different. It's new people.
You like
So
the
I want
Diaries one?
Like, yeah, I want to
You
know.
want to know what
I want
happens
to know.
afterwards.
Yeah.
It's boring. They live together. They do regular shit.
I hope that's true because
That's what happens to them.
I'm such a skeptic. Like I'm like although there are a lot of them that seem genuine. I can't lie. Like but others were.
Are you talking about whether they actually love each other?
Yeah. It's just a lot of FI. It's just a lot of FI on. It hits me there. You know what I mean? Like I'm
No,
not.
you don't want that. But
No.
is there a chance that by watching it, you're going to see some pretty convincing Sasquatch footage? If not, then I'd say don't watch it.
No, it doesn't have any Sasquatch. Honestly, it should though because that's what it would make it better. Sasquatch. That's what I should watch before.
But you know what we need? We need a show that combines 90 Day Fiancé with Finding Bigfoot. Okay?
Oh my gosh, they become legal by marrying Sasquatch.
Well, I think what we want to do is two people have a man and woman team have 90 days to either find a Sasquatch couple to get married or they're going to have to get married and they don't like each other. Now that's an exciting show because
That is.
they've only got 90 days to find not just one but two Sasquatches and get them to agree to get married, or else these two people who loathe each other are going to have to marry each other instead. Now there's a third option. If they find one Sasquatch, then the one, let's say a male Sasquatch,
Okay.
then the woman has a choice. She can either marry the guy she doesn't
Oh my
like,
God.
or the male Sasquatch.
Oh my
and
God.
if they find a female Sasquatch, same thing, right?
Yes, that's justice right there. Because sometimes I'm like, these people are just coming to the United States and like, is this real? Like, I want to know that it's real.
The most important
it's so
thing,
much
the most
FI.
important thing, though, Rachel, to remember is this: it is absolutely real that as an American citizen, it is my right to buy a woman from anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. Fucking it's so true.
God damn it! You are not
We
going to
can get
infringe on
from
my right to buy
anywhere.
women from places.
Oh my God.
Okay?
I know.
That's
and
really important.
You
But it's so
got one
important.
from New York, so.
Well, I mean, the thing is, not only is it critically important that we support my and every red-blooded American male's right to buy
It's
women,
true.
to buy brown
But-
women, basically. We need to be able to buy brown women, and it's so important that we have a
God.
show called 90 Day Fiancé dedicated to reinforcing that value.
Well, I'm glad that there's the 90-day diaries
They should-
because it's so like.
Okay, they should require all the men to be white and all the women to be brown.
Yo, it's so true though. They go to Brazil and Colombia.
They should make it a rule on the show. Like at the beginning. There were some contestants that didn't fit this stereotype.
God,
We rejected them because we know what you want to see. You want to see Effie Polar white man buy a brown girl.
Oh my God, and some of them are epipolar. Like there's this like ISTJ guy, and he, oh my God, he's married to this like. Oh my
Well, of course.
God.
I mean,
Just like a mess. I can't watch that shit before I go to bed.
but Rachel, it's good TE. All right, it's excellent TE. Look,
Then
I want to be in a loving relationship, naturally. So, the way to do that is to buy a brown girl, because she's less likely to complain.
That's totally it.
And that's how I define a loving
that's
relationship.
So, like, what? Oh my God.
When that bitch isn't complaining, that's a loving relationship.
Yes.
And since she doesn't speak English, and she was dirt poor before I bought her, she shouldn't have anything to complain about. That's basically the reasoning behind that shit.
Yeah. Diamond, that's funny that it's been like following you around. I just thought it was like, I didn't know it was about like getting a visa or having like 90 days to be together in order for you to get your citizenship. You have to marry in 90 days.
I just want honesty and titling. Why don't they just call it How to Buy a Brown Girl?
That's what I know.
That is called buying brown girls.
And boys, because like they're like the women do it too.
Oh my God! How woke!
Yeah.
How woke!
This is woke.
This is what I call progress. When white men can not only buy brown girls, but can now buy brown boys too.
Yep.
That is
2010.
progressive. And that's
that
how you
was-
know I'm woke. As a white American male,
Oh my God.
I support the right of other white American males to buy not only brown girls, but brown boys too. For the purpose of fucking, of course. Because I'm woke. And I'm proud of my fellow gay Americans. I'm not gay myself. I'm proud of my fellow white male gays. Okay? They're fellow and they're both white male. But I'm proud of their gayness. I hold it up as a symbol of my tolerance. I am so tolerant and progressive and woke that I celebrate when white men purchase brown boys for the purpose of fucking.
Wow, that's some like new age stuff.
Yeah, isn't that fantastic?
The modern
I am
man.
so woke.
The
I'm so
modern man.
progressive.
That is impressive. Should we get whippets soon? What time do you have to work with?
All right. As soon as I mention whippets, it's like we got whippets going on now.
Is that okay?
Of course, Tony. Of course. You are Wendy Whippets, after all.
Yeah.
It is your enthusiasm. We all have our enthusiasms, and it's like
It seems like a good day.
And I really like the fact that you know, I so rarely get to play this role of the person who's less into the drug.
True.
You know, pretty much any drug that you bring out that I like at all, I'm definitely more into it than you are. But with whippets, I'm able to be generous. Like, I like to have about 10 or 12 of them, and then they start making me feel kind of like, yeah. So she does her habit box, and then I'm able to give her my habit box.
Yeah.
I feel like, hey, I'm a cool guy, I'm generous, but I'm not really because I don't want him. Because I don't want him. You know.
It works out well.
It
It
works
works
out
out really well.
When I do want him, she doesn't get any of them.
Yeah, no, it's true.
It's just,
then you just take your.
But I just take my half and I just do them all.
Yeah, but
that
normally
rarely happens.
you don't.
I
Yeah.
I don't usually want that many of them. We usually just split the box because, but what we realized early on is that neither of us wants to, is capable, or is willing to keep track of like how we're splitting the box.
Yeah, we're not.
Like if we both reaching in the same box, and with her absolute value of fairness, she needs to know that she's not getting fewer.
Yeah.
Even though when we're both reaching the box, sometimes she
to
did
me.
get fewer. Because sometimes there was a little phase where I was on like doing 3 in a row instead of 2.
Oh.
But that passed quickly because as soon as I did 3 one time and it made me feel like seasick, then I don't want to even try 3 again. So, because I don't like seasickness at all.
So it's interesting because like I feel like so I have a hole in my left ear. It was surgically like patched, but like I feel like the patch is like opened, and it's one of the reasons why like I believe that whippets don't affect me that much because like it's like the pressure. I don't know.
I mean, I think you don't notice all the SI parts.
Yeah.
You don't consciously note them anyway.
Yeah, I don't.
And so the parts of nitrous that aren't SI, you'll note, but it's not a very, in that regard, it's not a very front of the brain. Well, it's pretty front of the brain if you tap out on it, but
I love the way that mushrooms feel on the back of my brain. Like I feel like it's here that's getting worked out, and it's like so nice. It's like this like release. Just like everything just goes away.
Probably everybody, but especially NI-DOMs need this thing occasionally.
Yeah.
INTJs, INFJs should. And I would not give this advice to anybody but an NI-DOM, but should get too drunk about every couple of months. every month, maybe.
Whatever your drug is.
Yeah, but
your
if
choice.
you don't, like Rachel
I don't
doesn't
like
like
to
alcohol,
drink. I do not like to
and
drink.
for good reason, because of course you will pay the consequences the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hating shit.
I can.
But that's part of why it's a good idea, because it forces you to SI and SE. And it's a way to get you out of your NI.
It is.
This is another way. Because
Mushrooms is the way for me, yeah.
But the thing is, you're unusually, like, you're always NI, right? So
Yeah.
for me, when I'm taking mushrooms, I'm saying a lot of, I'm being a lot more NI in my NE, and I'm removing the FE component more.
Sure.
Right? Not completely, but more. I mean, it's still part of my personality. I'm just saying, when I'm expressing my affect, you're seeing the words I'm saying are more driven by my explicitly valuing NI
Yes.
than normal.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And with you, you're showing more NE than normal. You're more
yeah.
talkative. So
Yeah.
that's interesting. Because
does
we
bring
have a
that
similar
up.
experience with lipids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lipids are the same,
Maybe
so
talk more.
it's like, but except mushrooms, mushrooms don't make me not talk. I don't talk on whippets. Whippets make me not want to talk. Like, I don't have much to say on whippets because I often have like NI realizations when I do a couple whippets, but
Yeah, it's true.
as soon as I try to explain them, it's like I recognize, oh, it's too holistic or something.
Yeah.
To fully
You're in your
explain.
NI, you know?
Yeah.
NI is not about words.
You know what else is not about words? Action. And you know what is
we gotta do
required?
that.
You know what is required to get whippets? Unfortunately,
Action!
we're gonna have to go to real world
Now,
town
should
over
we,
there
like,
where we do
keep the
things.
stream going?
No, we're not gonna leave the stream going. This is goodbye, friends. That's very epic of you. But these people might want to still be hanging out. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, cool.
I'm not here to stream over.
Bye, everyone. Thanks
Bye.
for joining us.
We love you all so much.
We love
and
you
you're
all.
the very, very best. 15 people have sat through all this, even though I've not been reading what you're saying. So, thank you so much, because that is rude of me, but it's just a psychedelic thing.